Right, and we should be live.
You should be.
Yep, should be.
Tell you in a second. Now live.
Excellent. So, I am Sushikat, and I hope you've all had a fantastic day.
Yeah, should be. Tell you in a second. Now live.
And today, again,
Oh, I am.
introduce yourself. Guy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I think we're going to have an echo problem.
Yeah, I think you might have to mute the stream.
I tried that and it muted you.
Oh, that's strange.
Yes, I think we're going to have an echo problem.
Yeah, I think you might have to mute the stream.
I tried that and it muted you.
Oh, that's strange.
Yes, I think we're going to have an echo problem.
Yeah, I think you might have to mute the stream. Yeah, we're getting a bit of reverb. There's always something, isn't there?
Yes, I think we're going to have an echo problem.
Yeah, I think you might have to mute the stream. So have you muted your, not too sure what you've muted there, hon.
I've switched to my headphones.
Ah, excellent. Okay, so I don't think we've got any echo anymore. So would you like to introduce yourself?
I am on a whim, and I'm new to this.
You've been in our live chat a couple of times now, though.
Well, I'm still having a problem here.
You're still getting some echo.
I was not okay with the chainsaw.
Okay, what about now?
I'm not hearing. I just double check, make sure that there's no echo coming down my side. You getting any echo on yours now?
I am not. I killed the YouTube stream. And let's see here. Can you still hear me?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you. That's absolutely fine. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
Excellent.
I'm not sure why when I killed the YouTube stream that it would.
I'm
Maybe
not too,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not too sure. I'm not sure why you couldn't just mute the stream itself. You should still have been able to hear me through the.
Yes, let me go back and try this again and make sure it's muted. As soon as I get this thing to work.
There's always something, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Well, I've never done this. I readily admit I'm basically a fuck up. So.
Don't worry about it.
So let's see.
But when I done the first Sushikat Rants, Monkey, myself, and Mort all done like a couple of test streams beforehand, like about 3 or 4 hours beforehand, to make sure that things were actually
working,
running properly. Because I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making this up as I go along and hoping it works.
Yes, we have Super VG Alex in chat. That's why I wanted to have the chat brought up so I could see it. So
yeah, that's little Alex. He's a friend of mine from D&D.
Excellent.
He's actually also in our Discord server.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, he's in Gary's Discord with us as well.
Oh, that's good too.
Yeah. So yeah, so what we're covering today, this is basically the "Will you think of the kids" episode because it's all to do with children this time around.
But I have
Um,
no children.
no, neither do I. So would have been nice to get someone in um, that does have kids, so that they have, so that they can actually talk about what they think as well. But can't always get the things that you want. But I'm sure, we can see when things are just fucking wrong.
Yes.
So I'm gonna jump into the first article, and this is kind of part one of two articles because they're both related to each other. So the first article is from transgendertrend.com because that's just, got to fill you with a bit of acceptance and love for the transgender community.
Uh,
So the title of this article is "Teaching Transgender Doctrine in Schools," and then quote, "A bizarre educational experiment." And it starts with a key passage from the new guidebook released to schools. A use of language in general throughout the school should veer away from the idea that there are only two genders. Using such language as boys and girls or ladies and gents is not only exclusionary to trans identified and gender variant young people, but subtly reinforces that gender is a significant difference about behavioral patterns. Now, on that quote, what's your initial thoughts on that?
well, since the issue is one of gender identity, it's they either identify as male or female. So however they do it, it still be boys and girls or men and women. It's still a binary. It's not like are they saying they are non-gender gender?
Oh yeah, there's non-binary genders, which
Well, they classify as the others then.
yeah, but they're trying to push that children under the age of puberty are non-binary for the most part, or gender queer, which basically means non-binary, doesn't identify as part of the male and female genders. And they talk about gender variant young people here. Now, gender variant, they have been pushing for things like otherkin as being a gender. So they would come under gender variant. And my opinions on gender. I believe that there is only male and female in regards to gender. Or they sort of try to push the gender is different to biological sex right up until right up until that kind of doesn't work for them, or you have to sort of write on a form what your biological sex is, and then they're like, but it's not my gender,
Right.
like my biological sex, or there's no difference between male and female in the idea of biological sex. There's no difference between the two of them, so therefore everyone should subscribe to the idea of being non-binary.
I see. When they ask me about my sex, I always put other. So, um, Because the issue of uh, and maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. Uh, the standards of our society is male or female. How you identify your gender at that point is not what's relevant, in my opinion. So, if you identify as female, then you're female. If you identify as male, then you're male, and that's all anybody ever really needs to know, regardless of your biological or genetic makeup,
Yeah,
because we don't do genetic testing. So, um, if they wanted to do genetic testing and therefore pigeonhole us even more so, I could go with that. I could live with that. You know. So we're going to do genetic variant, subspecies, I guess.
yeah, but in regards to transgender male and females, female to male or male to female, you know, I think if you are classing yourself as transgender, you have to, you can't go, I'm a female, and then wander around looking like a man and still using your masculine names and, doing all the things that you've done as a man and then going, no, I'm a female. No,
Well,
I'm
it is.
sorry, but you're not. You're a man. It's like if you're going
Yeah,
if you
I
sorry,
don't
go
have
on.
any. No, I don't have any problem with that. It's just the problem is that they've set it up. At least here in the states, there's a book out there that they use to define uh, mental afflictions and whatnot, and gender
Yeah,
dysphoria is falls under that. And I
yeah,
don't remember what it's
because
called, but it's what they
um,
go
yeah,
by.
because gender dysphoria can lead to self-hatred. It can lead to a great deal of depression. You don't feel secure in your body. You don't feel like your body is correct for your mind. Now we have some pretty interesting studies on transgender women and transgender men before and after their transition.
Hmm.
And what they found is that a man that is genuinely transgender and genuinely identifies himself as a female and wants to transition, because they have gender dysphoria, they have a female brain. Now, we know we've done many, many fucking studies on male brains and female brains. We know there is a significant difference between the two of them.
Yes, it's actually in how the data is processed. So
Yeah. So, men that are genuinely transgender, genuinely want to transition, and they're not doing this whole, oh, I'm a transgender man, non-binary bullshit. They genuinely have the opposite gender's brain.
right, and this is where
Yeah,
I
their
get back
brain.
to genetic testing, because what they have found
Mhm.
is genetic anomalies that, because they haven't done all the studies yet, but could conceivably explain some of these small tweaks in the psyche of an individual. So um, and there's a predisposition. There's a lot to be said for nurture. But the basic premise is you're right. It's how the brain is actually wired, and this is something that happens in utero. It's not something that happens after the fact.
No, no, it doesn't.
So
And
unfortunately,
you
they don't
have
have a real good way to test for it.
no, and you have many, many people that are like, oh, and funnily enough, I think almost all, I'm not going to say all, but almost all are part of the regressive left, part of the very far left. that are seeking victim points, and they'll go, I'm a transgender, non-binary, XYZ. These are my identities. These are my victim cards, basically. And they throw transgender in there along with non-binary just to get the victim cards, and they don't actually have the gender dysphoria. You know, you have some of them where they're sat there going, no, I feel perfectly fine in my masculine body. I feel perfectly fine in my feminine body. But I'm still transgender. It's like, no, you're not. I'm sorry, but without the gender dysphoria, without the need, the sense of feeling wrong in your body, that your body is wrong for how you think and how you feel, you can't be gender dysphoric, and therefore you wouldn't transition, because it's not there. It's not
Right,
in your
right.
psychology.
That's one of the issues that has come up over the years about here in the States. To actually get your status changed from male to female or vice versa, you actually have to go through surgery. In other words, complete the process, as they say.
Yeah,
Okay. And it is in a lot of, not all the states, but in most of the states, it is required in order to get your birth certificates changed, legal documents changed, bank accounts changed. You can go to court and get your name changed, but try to go to court and get your gender changed. Ain't going to happen.
yeah. And
You
then
know, now,
you have states like California and New York, which will allow you to just basically walk in and go, I identify as a man.
well, not New
And
York. I'm sorry, dear. That is incorrect. I was born in Buffalo.
there was a woman in New York by the name of Lauren Southern who walked into a New York um, office and said, I feel like a man, I want to get my gender changed. And they'd done it pretty much the same day.
No joke. 'Cause obviously, this is a relatively recent occurrence.
Yeah, this has happened within the last, I think it's 2 years.
It's very possible. New York has had some a great deal of pressure applied on them statewide at the state level to change their um, bias, and that's one of the problems that people are having still. Like in Illinois, it's a freaking joke. And I don't know what all those statutes are in all the various states. I used to keep up with that stuff, but to be honest about it, it was way more complicated than 50 freaking states, and you're trying to figure out, gee, what states can you move to?
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, you know my stance on transgenders. I mean, it's like I was trying to train before I got kicked out of college for being disruptive because I kept correcting my teacher with her false statistics.
yeah, well, you're
Um,
trans thinking, so
it's like I was training to be a fucking counselor for people that wanted to transition, for genuine transgender people. So, I'm not sat here being like, oh, I don't like any transgenders, or, it's like I fucking hate people that call themselves transgenders, because, if that was true, that wouldn't have been the course of work that I would be looking into and wanting to go into.
yeah. Well, you have to remember too that the term transgender is generic. I mean, it's all inclusive. It's not. I mean, right now we're talking about male to female, female to male, but the term transgender is all encompassing. It's a general catch-all term
Yeah,
under
but
the
that's only,
DMSM-5, whatever it's called.
yeah, I can't remember the thing, but yeah, that's only because the far left have pushed it that way. Now, when I consider a transgender, I consider transgender to literally mean transitioning or transitioned, because
Well,
that's
that
what
is what the word means, but
yeah, it's
apparently they've kind
because
of skated around that issue.
Yeah. So, when I talk about transgendered people, I'm talking about transitioning or transitioned.
Right.
And I can, I consider those people that have, and I'm not absolutely militant on that. That someone that has lived as a male or lived as a female for X amount of years, and that's the way they've gone, but they don't feel like um, the technology is there to fully transition, then I would still consider those people to be transgender, because they are, that they are still fucking considering it. They're still sort of looking at it and going, well, I'm going to wait until, and until it's actually, the operations of that are a bit more realistic, I guess is the word.
Well, yeah, it's also a choice. Yeah, it's a lifestyle choice too, and that's one of the things that they have to, when they do it, uh, because the issue then comes in, and this is where the problem comes in with quote identity, and uh, with governments trying to deny you to live in a way that you have chosen, whether it's male or female. And the fact that you're transgender should not enter into the issue.
No,
Okay. And
it's
this
like,
is where the rub comes in. And this is what pisses me off. And because once more, to me, the government is overstepping their bounds.
yeah,
If,
the
if somebody
government.
presents themselves as male or female, this is how they should be identified. I don't give a rat's ass how they're uh, what their genitalia looks like or what their genetic makeup is. This is the way they present themselves to society. And since we're our whole system is governed by society, what's the problem?
Yeah, but then if you have to present yourself as that
Right.
consistently.
Well, yes, that's where the
It's like there are only two genders. There is male, there is female. Present yourself as one. Don't be like, oh, well, today I feel like I'm a man because reasons, but when I go to court, I'm going to be a female. And then after that, I'm going to be a female for the next sort of 12 hours. And then I'm going to be a man. And, it's like, no, fuck
right,
you. You are pretending. You are fucking pretending.
right.
And,
And there's a
that,
lot of that, and there is a lot of that. There is
yeah,
a back in my day, they called them transvestites, and
yeah,
which
it's like
usually
fucking,
it was hilarious because it usually referred to men dressing as women, but I knew a lot of women who dressed as men, and a lot of people
yeah, and
thought it was
they get
cute.
called fucking tomboys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So and some of them do it as a lark. I had a friend of mine. She passed as a guy really, really well, and she would do it kind of as a lark, you know, and until she got in trouble one day, and then she didn't think it was so funny,
Yeah.
So because she actually started a bar fight, and obviously was incapable of defending her masculinity. Let's put it that way. So what goes around comes around, and it came back to haunt her. So and that's one of the things that I'm saying is that the uh, you know doing it for laughs is one thing, but having, and I want to take that out of this conversation. We're talking about people who choose to live their life counter to their genetic makeup.
Yeah. And I have no problems with people going, I feel like a female. I'm going to project myself as a female, and I'm going to live as a female. And, obviously we can't change someone's genetics. So they might, yeah, okay, so you're genetically male, but you've made the choice to consistently live as a female. or
Well, this
vice
is but
versa.
this is where
You know,
the
you consistently live as a man when you are genetically female. You know, I'm not going to turn around and go, well, obviously that person is a man. You know, it's like, no, I'm going to refer to that person as a female.
well, genetics. That's what I'm saying. Genetics aside, okay. So you take because, like I said, what are there's two facets to this, and it happens in utero. There's a genetic aspect that takes place, okay, but the physical wiring of the brain also takes place at the same time, and they don't always jive.
No, they
You
don't.
know,
You know, and
so
I'm 100% in agreement there. You know, your brain doesn't always reflect your body. Your brain doesn't always reflect your genetics, and you know that's absolutely fair to
okay. Well, I
say
suppose we
that.
should move on to the next topic then. So because we both agree, so there's not much
Yeah,
of a
well,
rant going here.
we both yeah, well, you know, we both agree on that. Um, what I was talking about was, you know, it's this fucking teaching children, you know, from the ages of 5, because you've got the Safe Schools initiatives, which was created in, I think it was Canada. It moved down into America, and then it's gone over to Australia, and it's a big fucking thing over there at the moment. And I believe they're trying to get it pushed through in England, but it goes by different names. It's all basically based off the Safe Schools initiative.
Okay, I see. I see what
In
you're. Yeah, I have a
and
problem with the safe space thing in the first place. So
but it's Safe Schools teaches children from the age of 5 that gender isn't a binary, that it's perfectly okay to, and even encourages your children to identify as another gender. Even, you know,
that's where I have the problem.
you know,
This is
and
not the job of the school. This is not.
no, and you know what they're trying to do is they're trying to take gendered words out of general conversation at school. Where, you know, whereas when I went to school, and I'm sure when you went to school, and that your teachers would go, okay, ladies, boys and girls, or ladies and gents, time to pack up now. Let's, you know, get all your stuff put away. They're actually saying that that's extremely harmful because kids at the age of 5 might possibly go, but I'm non-binary, because they're teaching kids about being gender fluid, about being gender queer, about being non-binary, and they're encouraging kids to go down that route. They're encouraging kids to go and become transgender,
Well,
even when they don't
okay.
feel that they're
Let me.
transgender.
Okay, let me tell you a little story. When I was a kid, okay, and you're right. They would say boys in this line, girls in this line, and I always be the one in the middle. Okay, so
Yeah.
and they would say, "Here, you go stand over here." And I would look at them and go, "Why?" And the next thing I know, I'd be at the principal's office. So and then my mom would have to come and get me. So and as I got older, you learn that society uh, goes through with these blinders on, and if you step outside those two lines, you're male, you're female. Okay, you're going to cause a rub. All right. And so what the schools are now doing is trying to get away from pigeonholing a kid who may not understand that difference. And that I agree with, I'm
Yeah, you
afraid
know,
to
so
say.
you know, if a kid genuinely comes up and they understand it, they've done their own research, they haven't been fucking indoctrinated into it by these fucking safe schools, which is what they're doing. They are indoctrinating your children. Um, there's a YouTuber by the name of Suit Yourself, and I'm going to link his safe schools. He's done 3 videos on them explaining what they are and how they work. And, you know, they are indoctrinating your children into believing that they are something they're not. You
Well,
know,
if
and
that's the case,
it's
then
not,
yeah.
you know, it's not a case of, you know, what happened to you where you're sat there going, but I mean, I'm taught I'm a boy because I have fucking male genitalia, but I feel like I'm not a boy and I don't fit into either of these two. You know, if a kid genuinely come up and said, you know, this is something, you know, then, you know, have a proviso for that. You know, I'm
Yes,
not
but that's what
necessarily.
well, you got to give them some time. They've got to kind of work up to this. You know, like I said, when I was a kid, there was no alternative. None. Absolutely none. I mean, you got hit up alongside the head when I was a kid. All
Yeah,
right, that you complied. You know, you're a boy, you stand there. You're a girl, you stand there. There was no option for anything else. And
yeah,
at least society is beginning to understand that there are others. You know, I'm using air quotes that you can't see, but you know, others. And regardless, it doesn't matter that there's going to be a certain percentage of the population
yeah.
that
That
does not
percentage
immediately
in
identify.
America, that percentage in America is 3% of the population is genuinely transgender.
Okay.
That's what the percentage is today of genuine transgender people.
Yeah,
Not
you're
these
saying, by the way,
not
I'm,
these people that are fucking doing it for the victim status.
mhm.
You know, that's what the percentage is. It's 3%.
So are you saying that the schools, by the way they're behaving, is increasing that number from 3% to say 5%?
I'm saying they're pushing kids to fucking increase it. Yes, they are indoctrinating the kids into believing that they are transgender because they're using words like, "Oh yeah, you're 6 years old, and did you know that being transgender is cool?
I
Did
can't
you
I can't
know?"
address that, okay, because I haven't seen that. Um, s- but if that's the case, okay, they're just as wrong as the people who say there's only boys and girls, because especially in the early years, you're in a developmental process and identity is crucial. And if you cannot identify with one of those two main groups, you become the other, and you are persecuted and ostracized for being odd. Okay, and if you say it's 3% of the population, then fine. But the point that I was trying to make is at least they're making some effort to recognize that there are odd people out there. And you know, it serves no purpose to browbeat these people. Now, if what you say is true, that they're sounds like they're almost using coercion to try to
Yeah,
convince people, I don't think you can convince somebody if they're not trans. You can't convince them that they are. It's the person who stands in the middle of those two groups going, huh? So, and that's what I think they're trying to address. At least that's what I would hope they're trying to address. You know, so but maybe I'm wrong.
if you tell a child repeatedly, "You're a little girl and I'm going to dress you up like a little girl and you're going to play with dolls and you're going to do this and you're going to do that," that child will come to believe it.
Not if they're trans, they won't.
They will.
They will not.
Honestly, we have, even back to the 1940s and 1950s, we have psychological studies that speak of teaching a child that they are not what they are. Now, the
You
most
may be able to get them to
notable,
respond that way, but inside, and I've seen studies that are counter to what you've just said.
yeah,
I know personally of people who have been raised that way and told that they were boys or girls, and it turns out after genetic testing that they found out that they indeed were of the opposite gender, and they knew it the whole frickin' time, but they couldn't get anybody to listen.
yeah, and that's what I'm talking about when I mention 3% of people in America. I'm only speaking about the percentage for America there. That are talking about, I feel like I am the opposite gender. I am not what you're telling me I am. You know, and yeah, okay. So you have these people that when they are transgender, they know that they're not what they think, what everyone else thinks they are, and what everyone else is saying that they are, and they feel different. What I'm saying is that these schools are making it cool, and they're teaching kids about um, hormone replacement therapy and how to go about it. And they're teaching them all these things, and they're doing it in the form of bright books with lots of pictures.
Yeah, but that's okay. Now you
And
got me on
what it's
something that I can
doing,
grouse about because
what they're doing is, they're taking this, they're making it cool and bright and fun, and then these kids are going home and they're going, "Mum, I feel like I'm transgender." And then you have kids like the fucking 9-year-old that was on the front of National Geographic who was talking about going and getting HRT and saying, "Yeah, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other." And then when they're talking to him on his own, and I'm going to use the word him, everything that he was saying was counter to what he was saying in front of his mum or in front of his teachers.
okay.
And that's what these schools are doing. And we have another article here which is talking about kids at Childline, which is, I don't know if you've got an equivalent in America or if Childline is in America as well, where they're receiving 8 calls a day about kids going, "I don't understand. I'm being told at schools that I could be transgender and I should really look into being transgender, and I don't understand. I don't get it, and it's making me depressed."
Right, right.
And
Um,
this is what I'm getting at with the whole, they're indoctrinating your children. They are talking to your children about these kinds of things, and they're trying to push this idea that your kids are transgender, and they are succeeding in convincing some that they are transgender. And then these kids have grown up and hit puberty and they've gone, "Well, actually I'm not, but everyone keeps telling me I am."
well, if the schools are doing this, and I'm not saying that they're not, I'm just they shouldn't be doing this. I mean, it's not their role. If they identify something, it has to go back to the parents. There's, at least here in the States, most schools they have counselors. There's clinics that they can go to, testing that can be done. And I think one of the problems is that so much of it is overhyped. Uh, you know, especially for kids, they got enough other issues to worry about. So I don't know. I don't have an answer other than the regardless of whether they're children, young adults, whatever. It's a serious issue, and the fact that they regularly take trans people out to the field someplace and string them up on barbed wire fences or blow their brains out, you know, or whatever, to me is a much bigger problem than uh, some coercion perhaps going on by some do-gooders thinking that they're helping. Because the sad fact is that now that being gay is okay, the last thing they have to pick on are trans folk, and it doesn't matter where you fit in the transphobia spectrum. As soon as you stick the word trans on there, people are out to lynch you, and that what concerns me more than some well-meaning do-gooder at a grade school When you say 3% of the population, that might be out of a typical school, that's less than a kid a year,
Yeah,
so
exactly. It's like if it's less than a kid a year, and we're talking sort of, pubescent up through adults at the 3%. Um, so it might hit like, I don't know, let's say for instance 3.1 when you include the genuine children that are, actually feeling that way.
but
You
I
know,
don't I don't think that I maybe I just misunderstanding. I just feel that you're giving too much credence to the do-gooders in the grade schools where there are much greater issues at stake here, especially for the adult population, like I said, where they're being taken out and shot because they're trans, and it has to do with the lack of understanding. It's like the nitwits in Texas that were worried about all these trans women running around and they're using the women's bathroom, and it's like it doesn't work that way, So they obviously don't understand. Is there guys that do that or take advantage of it? I'm
yes,
sure there is.
yes,
I'm sure
there are.
there is. You know, are there crazy people out there blowing up school buses? Yes, there is. So in any general population, you're always going to find that wackadoo out there. Um, but I don't think you're going to have uh, that issue in a grade school or maybe even a high school. So, excuse me.
That's all right.
So I don't know. It just seems to me that uh, it's actually probably in far as a grade school doing it or a high school. It's probably actually good that they're doing it and bringing it out in the open and having my youngest nephew. They had two trans kids in his school, and I asked him one day what he thought about it. He goes, "I don't think anything about it. They're just two other kids. I don't know them. I just know they're there." You know. And I said, "So it doesn't bother you?" He goes, "No, it doesn't have any impact on me. It doesn't concern me. It's not, they're doing, I'm sure high school is probably harder for them than it is for me, but still, you know."
Yeah,
So I
and
just simply said, "What are you doing to make it easier for them?" So
now in regards to you saying that people are being taken out and shot, I got a human rights campaign talking about violence against transgender community, and I'm going to link that to you, and I'll link it in the chat on the stream as well as in the chat in the description below at the end, and
okay,
it's talking about 21 deaths of trans people due to fatal violence. Now, none of these, that this is what they're they're sort of saying this is transgender hate and stuff like that. Um, and it's part of their campaign against transgender hate. But they're not actually saying that these people were attacked and killed by because they're transgender. They're just saying that this person was fatally shot, this person was stabbed. Now, there's a few here which, as I'm reading through it, I can sort of go, that was probably a hate crime. That one was probably a hate crime. But a lot of
right.
these, it's police have not identified the suspect. It's like they don't know if it was a hate crime. So, it could be that these 21 people were having an argument, things escalated, and they were killed. Could be a hate crime. Could be they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. All these other things. They're not actually sort of saying about. Yeah, they're not actually saying that this was because of it, and this is the kind of thing that they're pushing in violence against transgender community, and they're not actually saying that these are hate crimes. or they're not giving enough information, enough detail into these things to say these are empirically a hate crime.
Well,
They're just
that's what.
going, they're just going, this is trans people that have been killed. We're not going to give you the proper reasons for why they were killed. And we're going to state that it's violence against transgenders, whereas it could have just been fatal violence.
Without knowing proper motive, it's hard to say.
Hello, Gary. How you
Hmm?
doing?
How's it going?
Would you like to introduce yourself, hon?
Well, hello there. This is Gary, or also known as Sergeant Rock, and I am joining a bit late, but always happy to throw in my 2 cents wherever it can be appreciated.
And I will provide change.
So yeah,
Right.
we're
Actually, it
currently
looks like I'm in
talking-
his local 4-pack, but that's all right. Either way.
yeah, we're currently talking about the transgenders and pushing transgender as cool in schools
Right.
and transgender violence. Now, I'm not going to turn around to you, Di, and say that transgender violence doesn't happen and it's not an issue and it shouldn't be considered. I'm not saying that at all. I'm absolutely against violence. In general, it's like I don't think violence is the answer, and I certainly don't think violence is something that they should use against someone just because of some bullshit idea that, oh, well, that person's so different from me because they're transgender. It's like, I don't understand it, therefore I don't like it, therefore lynchings. I
Right.
don't agree with that at all.
But I mean, you have to be able to say, though, that without knowing the actual purpose behind it, the motive, as I said, without knowing the actual motive, you can guess what the motive is, but it would be in poor taste to say that every time a transgender person is killed, it's because the motive is that they're transgender and somebody, it's a hate crime and somebody is doing it because of that. I mean, a woman
Right,
gets killed. It's not because the man's a chauvinist pig and has you know a desire to kill all women. Sometimes people do it because of a mugging gone bad, or they're just freaking idiots or whatever. But that doesn't. You don't want to take away that possibility that the reason why it happened is this. Without knowing for sure, you can't say that every single one of them that it's ever happened on. But those of us that know how society tends to work and how reality really is, probably the majority of them are some form of a hate crime. But it's and a lot just kind of depends on potentially maybe that person didn't even know. It's just, I don't know. We all know what happens when you make an assumption. You make an ass out of you and me, and so
Yes, but
we
without
definitely
any other
need caution for that.
without any other motive rearing its ugly head, like a mugging or whatever, uh, to find a trans person who's been physically mutilated and hung out to dry, uh, seems to me that it'd be a pretty fair indication of a hate crime. But they don't get it. It doesn't hit the news that way.
Right, and that would definitely, to me, that would be something that you could pretty much write down as a hate crime for those situations. But I was just kind of referring to somebody that just got killed, not mutilated, hung out, anything
And
like
I
that.
can't actually find any statistics regarding people that have had what you're saying done. And I'm not saying that it's not happened. I mean, obviously it does happen, but I can't find any statistics for the reason why, you know, and it actually happening. I can't find anyone sort of going, well, this person was transgender, therefore they got strung up and lynched.
Well,
because they were transgender. Now, this is 2014, 2015's hate crime statistics, and I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 14, and I'll link it into the chat as well. Sexual orientation is the lowest reason for any hate crime during from 2012, 2013 to 2014, 2015, based on this government statistics report. You know, sexual orientation is the lowest recorded reason for any hate crime to be perpetrated upon anyone. And all hate crime has actually been lowering over the past 10 years.
Right.
Hate crime is a lot less now than it was 10 years ago. You know, so based off the information I can find on recent history, I haven't seen any crimes reported of someone being strung up to a lamppost and horribly mutilated based on them being transgender or having any other kind of different sexual orientation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to do this as we're talking as well. So
Yes, but there are quote government statistics, and then there's the trans community that knows better, and these statistics don't get, because the police department, the government statistics are collected from the police departments, and if the police departments don't investigate it, I mean, there has been cases where the person that died, they just said it was, Bobby Bill, whoever, died of massive head trauma. Well, they didn't tell you that he was transgendered, and as he was found
transgendered isn't always going to play into their crime, though. You know, something happens to them, and it might have absolutely nothing to do with them being transgender.
Okay. All right. I need to take a break here, folks. Be back in a minute if I can figure out how to get back to my Google thingy. But I lost it.
It should be a tab down the bottom.
That's Notepad. That's maybe it's here. No, it's not there either. Shoot, I can't.
It's all right, hon.
Oh, there it is. Okay. No, it was hidden behind the other something else.
Yeah.
Back in a minute.
Yeah. All right, hon. Yeah. So, but I'm actually going to actually read this article that I'd come up, because we'd only actually started talking about the beginning bit, and then we got on to talking about transgender violence and stuff.
Right.
So, teaching transgender doctrine in schools is set to reach new heights in the new year with the publication of a guidebook which advises teachers not to call girls and boys. Children are also to be indoctrinated into gender identity and queer theory via a whole new lexicon of made-up words to stop them from thinking in terms of two sexes, but to coach them in a belief that nothing is real except personal identity. This guidebook, distributed by a government-funded organization called Educate and Celebrate, and I have a feeling that that's going to be part of the Safe Schools Initiative, so I'm going to open up that link, and endorsed by Ofsted, is entitled, Can I Tell You About Gender Diversity? But of course, it teaches the opposite of diversity. In the words of publishers, this is the first book to explain medical transitioning for children aged 7 and above. The story of a fictional 12-year-old girl transitioning into a boy, although without the language of girl and boy, we can't really name this, suggests that diversity is not to be celebrated but medicalized by changing sex and thus replacing nonconformity to one stereotype with conformity to the opposite sex stereotype. The possibility of diversity without medication is not entertained. This is very subtle brainwashing of children that nonconformity to sex stereotypes is a problem which needs fixing under the guise of accepting and celebrating difference. So yeah, that's the first 2 paragraphs of this article. Huh. Oh, of course. This is the Safe Schools Initiative that I was talking about earlier.
Right. Yeah.
Educate and Celebrate is a part of the Safe Schools, or it's based off the Safe Schools Initiative, which is absolutely abhorrent. I cannot fucking stand that. It sexualizes your children. The websites attached to the Safe Schools Initiative also has direct links to 18 plus websites where they can get tips on how to penis tuck, how to bind their chests, where to get sex toys, what kind of sex toys would be good. It also has links to leaflets that talk about eating ass and sexual foreplay, and this is things that they are bringing in to children. Well, from and this one here is 7 plus, but the Safe Schools is an initiative is aimed at primary school and nursery, which would basically be your kindergarten. You're looking at kids from the age of 5 being taught this and having these kinds of leaflets and this information easily available to them from the age of 5.
Yeah. So, excuse me. So, here's the thing. First of all, the parents themselves should be taken out and beaten just for putting their child into a school that is going to start teaching them those types of things at a young age.
I would suggest to any and all parents that may or may not ever fucking hear this stream to check whether or not their kids are in a safe school or in any school that has any kind of relation to the Safe Schools Initiative. I honestly would.
Right,
If you haven't
because
checked, fucking go and find out.
if and I would, it is children at a young age are way too confused. They're already naturally curious about all kinds of things. Just because you're curious about something doesn't give you the predilection of going that direction, right? You know, you're not automatically going to be because you're 5 years old, a young 5-year-old boy, and you're curious about male genitals and sexuality and whatever. Even though you don't understand any of it, but you're for some reason you're curious about it, doesn't mean that you're going to potentially be gay. Doesn't mean that you're going to potentially become transgender or anything like that. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it's perfectly natural for a 5-year-old or whatever age like that to have that kind of curiosity and want to at least understand and learn, because at that age you want to understand and learn everything.
Yeah, and I mean,
So to
how
assume
many?
that gives any kind of a there that provides any kind of evidence that, oh, well, we better take care of Bobby and make sure that Bobby goes to this one school that's going to help encourage these things and protect, his curiosity and let it grow and teach him other things to go along with it. That's just, to me, you're failing as a parent, because no parent should ever push their child in any one direction. In my opinion, you should allow
Yeah,
your children to discover things on their own, and once they've made up their mind, you know, you want to make sure that they have made an educated decision. And once they've made up their mind, then sure, encourage them and tell them, whatever their decision is, it's okay. Just, go with it, whatever. That's what your job is as a parent. But you're not going to be fully educated at 5, not even at 12. You're not going to be fully educated. You're still learning and curious and, all these things. You should never assume, it's like I just said a little bit ago, you don't want to assume anything. You don't want to assume that, oh, well, Bobby's now, interested in being gay, or whatever. It's just crazy to think that, your 10-year-old is now all of a sudden, oh, well, my 10-year-old son is, he's trapped in a girl's body, and he's a girl trapped in a boy's body. So, we're going to start molding him into that girl that he wants to be.
yeah,
I'm not
and
saying that can't happen, but
yeah, and I mean, it does
they don't
happen.
know that.
It does happen
Of
where
course it does.
you
Yes.
will have children and young children that do know that they are
Right.
not the gender that everyone's telling them they are. And I think a proviso should be made for those kids, and that should be something that that they should be fucking, if they're being told like boys stand in this line and girls stand in this line, and you are supposed to be a boy because everyone's telling you you're a boy, but you aren't,
Right.
then you should be able to go and stand in the girls' line. That's not, and that's but to be sat there and to be producing books and flyers that are making transitioning cool and fun, and to actually be sat there and going, yeah, we're going to push this, and we're not going to call you boys and we're not going to call you girls, because 3% of the population, and even less, because this is the school population and the 3% is the overall arching population for the entire country,
Right.
may feel excluded. And they're pushing things like, oh, you're non-binary. It's like, well, no, I'm sorry, but non-binary doesn't exist. You are, if you're a little boy and you feel like you're a little girl, then you're a little girl.
Right.
Or if you're a little girl and you feel like you're a little boy, and these are genuine feelings, then you're a little boy. But you're
Yeah.
still boys or girls.
Yeah.
And that's taking genetics out of it completely.
There's nothing else. There's absolutely nothing else. There's not a third or 27th type of gender.
74 genders. Fuck
Right.
you.
Yeah, those don't exist. Those are, in my opinion, those are all purely made up just so people can get a new form of attention.
Yeah, it's the victim narrative.
Exactly. And
and if someone, say for instance, someone's like, well, everyone keeps saying I'm this and I know I'm not, I'm this, then writing down other on a fucking on a minor form, I'm not gonna fucking sit there and complain about that. It's like, yeah, okay, you want to write down other, fucking go for it. you
Right.
know, when you're sort of talking about genuinely official fucking, right, this is my driver's license, this is my passport, this, you know, that those kinds of forms, pick a fucking gender and have it be the gender that you are showing yourself to be, that you have, you know, you are saying you are. I mean, Di is female. On
Right.
those forms, she should have female.
Exactly.
You are male. On those forms, you should have male. You know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that means that I'm all kinds of bigoted because I'm sat here going, no, you've got one or the other.
Right.
And you know, in the case of those kinds of forms, you have to pick one or the other. And and in my opinion, it has to be the one that you are portraying yourself as, and you have been portraying yourself as, and you genuinely feel yourself as being. You know,
Yeah. Well, and the whole idea of these safe space schools, these things should not be part of a curriculum.
no,
You know what I mean? It's not. It's okay to
yeah,
have an
fucking
environment
cover it. In,
where
cover it in
you
fucking sex education, and actually
right,
have decent sex education lessons.
right.
You know,
And
where you will
if
actually
a
cover these.
parent is if a parent is faced with a child who is um in that position, if they are, you know, they're identifying as the opposite gender as what their biological sex is, then that parent should provide them with, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of places. I've never researched it because it hasn't been something that I've needed to, but I'm sure there's plenty of places where you can take them to a psychologist and
Yeah,
other places where you can take them to help them cope with things and um, learn some of these techniques and whatever. You know, it shouldn't be at a school. It shouldn't be part of the curriculum at a school, and you know
yeah. You know, so as I said, you know,
you're losing out on the rest of your education.
yeah, and you know, as I said, make a good, you know, a fucking understandable and good sex education lesson and include it in that. Talk about transgenders and people that aren't, you know, aren't, I'm going to use the fucking word normal now, but, you know, normal in the sense that it is the norm
Right.
rather than normal is in the sense that these people aren't right, you know.
Exactly.
Um, so yeah, it's like, you know, so yeah, so sort of go, yeah, these people are different. That doesn't mean you have to fucking treat them any differently. You treat
Right.
them exactly the fucking same as you treat every fucker else. You know, there's no reason why you should treat them any differently. It's a minor thing. It's complete fucking bullshit to treat someone differently for such a fucking shitty reason. You know, there's much bigger reasons and much better reasons to treat someone differently to yourself. And
Right. Exactly.
race and gender and fucking sexuality and all that kind of bullshit. That is no reason to treat someone any differently as to how you would treat, you know, how you would treat the fucking guy next to you that looks like you and has quote normal sexuality,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know. So yeah, you know, it's like it's sort of go, yeah, these people have a different brain in their body and they make up X amount of the population, depending on what fucking country you're in, and they are perfectly fine, and there is nothing fucking wrong with them. You know, it's just a thing that fucking happens, and some of these people, they will transition and they will get operations and they will go through HRT And and include that in a fucking sex ed class. You don't need to include that in your entire fucking doctrine for your entire fucking school.
Yeah, the curriculum of the school should have nothing to do with those types of things.
No.
I mean, that should not be the curriculum of the school. Like I said, even if you made it like for lack of a better term, like a summer camp, right? So you can send your child there, and there's workshops and all these things to help them along throughout a camp that they can go to, and do all these things. But to have a how much of a doctrine or a curriculum needs to be in place to have it at a school all the time. You know what I mean? And then the question is, are they expecting just the children that are like this to be going to the school, or is this done at
No, that what they've done.
any school?
Yeah, what they've done is they introduced it to a couple of schools initially, and it started in Canada, and it's since spread to the US. This is actually where they spoke about Ofsted in this, so they're talking about the UK. This article is talking about the UK. But yeah, it's Canada, the US, the UK, and it's massive in Australia.
Right.
So yeah, what they done was they introduced it to a couple of schools in Canada, found that it, quote, worked, in that more and more kids that they were teaching about this was turning around and going, I am now non-binary, and now I want to go on HRT, and I want to dress like a little X.
Right.
And they were like, yeah, okay, this is awesome. So then they spread it to other schools.
Right.
And now I can give you the number. It's 549 schools in Australia that have this initiative or derivatives of this initiative.
Jiminy Christmas.
So they are trying to push it into every school. It's not just dedicated schools for it.
There's a difference between saying it's okay and enforcing rules and laws to treat everyone the same regardless of what their orientation is or whatever. Just generally because they're different. There's a difference between making sure that they're still treated the same as everyone else, and then between that and then switching to, we're going to throw out this message and potentially affect people's opinions about it. Not so much like how they're going to treat somebody else, but whether or not they could possibly be that. I mean, there's been, on more than one occasion, somebody's like, oh, well, I'm this way because, hey, it seems cool, so I'm going to, be this way or whatever, to
and something that they have brought actually looked at is how repeatedly saying something is cool, something is fun, something is great, it's awesome, will affect a young child. So I'm talking between the ages of, say, 5 and 9. Those kids will be like, oh, it's cool. Okay, well, I want to do that because it's cool.
Because they're impressionable.
And then these kids will grow up and they will hit pubescence and they will start feeling really fucking bad. And, because they've done this thing because they repeatedly get told it's cool and it's awesome and it's fun, and and then they sort of end up bringing companies like Childline, and they're getting 8 calls a day
Yeah.
regarding gender dysphoria and transgender issues, which is double the number. So yeah, this was 2015 to 2016's report,
Yeah.
and it's double the number from 2014's to 2015's.
Better marketing.
And it's things like these initiatives that's causing kids to ring up these companies and going, I'm really fucking depressed because I'm being told I'm this thing, or I'm being encouraged to do this thing. And yeah, okay. And it's not better marketing at all, Di. The Childline for the past, I think, 20 years it's been on the TV, it's been in magazines, it's every doctor's surgery, everywhere. That they're not marketing Childline any better. But the reason why they're calling is because you have people pushing these narratives, and now these kids are feeling like shit because they don't feel like what they're being told. And it goes back to being told that it's awesome and it's great, and then they're going, well, actually I don't feel that way. And rather than it being kids that are actually transgender and being told you're a boy when you're a girl, or you're a girl when you're a boy, it's they're ringing up and going, I don't get it because I'm being told that I'm transgender and I'm not.
Right. I don't. I'm not. That's why when I first started talking at a young age, trying to, because children are so curious and so impressionable at a young age, you like you don't want to give a young boy a dolly and have him play, basically tell him that all the cool kids play with dollies and expect him and not to affect him in some way, and then likewise confuse him later. Now, if he wants to pick up the dolly and play with the dolly and push it around in a stroller, fine, whatever, that's great. Hey, playing is a form of working your imagination and your brain and exploring your environment and all of these things. But to say that only the cool kids do this, or whatever, and you're giving that false impression, and affecting that child in a way that they shouldn't be affected.
Yeah.
Children shouldn't be told that it's only cool to be straight, as well. That should not be a message.
That's fucking awful just as much, to turn around and go, well, only the uncool kids are gay. Only the uncool kids are this. Only the uncool kids are that.
And that's what happened, back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and 80s, and that's what happened in the past.
That's just as fucking horrible. That's just as horrible. And so and I'm very against that as well, and I'm very against these very, very conservative parents, usually deeply devoutly, again, not all, religious in one form or another, that that are like sat there going, well, no, it's a sin to be gay, it's a sin to be transgender, it's a sin to be this, it's a sin to be that. And basically indoctrinating the child into that way of thinking, particularly if that child is gay or is transgender or is there any of those sort of things.
You've now added this undue pressure, expectations, all these things onto this child that they'll never be able to live up to. They know now that they're going to disappoint you, and all these things, and that causes depression and all the other things that come along with it. Potentially suicide and rebelliousness and
one
all
of
kinds of
my
different things.
one of my transgender friends, she went to a school that was pretty liberal with the idea of being transgender, and she was absolutely fine with that. That was pretty cool in her regard, in her thoughts, because she got a lot of acceptance and stuff like that.
Right.
She was is transgender. Now she came out to her parents, and they were very devout religious, and they believed that it was a sin and that they couldn't accept her because she was an awful, awful person because she was transgender. I keep talking about her in the past tense. That's only because I haven't had contact with her for so long. Yeah, I spent at least 2 years, probably closer to 3 years, working with her and trying to get her into a position where she could actually fucking cope.
Right.
Because she repeatedly, almost on a daily basis, tried to kill herself. And I'm not talking about the tried to kill yourself half-assed calling out for help. I'm talking about fucking jumping out of windows and opening up her wrists from elbows, from elbows down.
Right.
The fucking concerted efforts. And, that kind of thinking, that kind of complete non-acceptance. And, they kicked her out and she ended up living with a friend, a roommate for a while and, stuff like that. But yeah, that kind of non-acceptance.
Especially from the people that are supposed to love you no matter what.
Yeah.
Your parents should love you no matter what.
Yeah, and it didn't help that she was also a lesbian. So she had 2 great big fucking black marks on her, apparently, because her family didn't fucking like that kind of thing.
Right.
And so I can't agree with that kind of thing, but I also don't agree with trying to push it and make it cool to kids. Because I think that can be just as damaging.
Well, they are both extremes, so
Yeah. Anytime like a good point, Di. Anytime you hit an extreme, there's probably negative things that are going to happen from it. Right.
right.
Yeah.
There is a middle ground. What that middle ground is,
Yeah.
I have no idea. It's somewhere on, not on those 2 extremes, of course. But how far towards the middle you need to be. My thought would be that
Stop
you
giving
shouldn't.
a shit.
You shouldn't.
Honestly, stop giving a shit so much about what your kids are.
It really doesn't matter. That's the thing.
If your kids are transgender, fine. If your kids are not transgender, fine. If they are, take them to a therapist. Get them the help with their fucking gender dysphoria and help them out.
Right.
Do what you need to do to make sure that they are happy and healthy.
And they can get well adjusted with that lifestyle and that
but stop
that
giving
part of their
so
being.
much of a shit that you are pushing your child to be a certain way because it's cool or it doesn't fucking align with your religious beliefs or your conservative beliefs or your extremely liberal beliefs or just stop. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it fucking doesn't matter.
Right.
There are bigger issues. And the fact that these people are pushing it, and they are pushing it either extreme one way or extreme the other way, is so much bullshit.
Yeah, and like I said, you're hitting when you're coming from either extreme. Di, I heard you as I came in. I heard you mentioning how talking about the um, transgenders in the bathrooms and which bathroom they should be in and all that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
And of course, there's going to be someone someplace is going to take advantage of that. You know, um,
Always, always.
you're not going to avoid it. But like Trump said, use the bathroom that you think you need to use. It doesn't matter. Just go to the bathroom. You know, it's You're not, when you start having this argument about it, and you're coming from one direction or the other, then it creates all kinds of tension and hostility about it, and that's when you start seeing a lot more uh, hostilities in either direction. And and it's hard to force people to just say, fuck it, it doesn't matter, whatever, because people do get heavily opinionated about things. Um, but that it doesn't mean that we should be, um, not striving to try to get more people, and all people really, to be more accepting of just their fellow man, their fellow human. Um, you know, I suppose some people might say, "Well, you use man, and that's a sexist term," and kiss my ass.
Fuck off.
You know
The
what I
whole
fucking mean? I mean human. Mankind, person kind. You can kiss my ass. I'm not saying person kind. Um, it's only the shitheads would think that I'm being sexist. And that's the kind of thing. I mean, that's like the perfect example. It's like, really, you're gonna get that nitpicky. You know, you're assuming that I'm a sexist person because I used a word. It's just a word. Shut the fuck up. You know, so until more people, can become more accepting, and regardless of what the situation is, it's just going to be a nonstop battle over and over and over again. It kind of goes back to our conversation last week. It was heavily dominated by talking about Muslims and the Islamic religion. By and large, they're not very accepting, and it's their way or no way. And obviously, they make a rather large group that you have to try to get to that point where, as a group, they need to become more accepting, and come into the greater, you know human species, as a whole. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but that doesn't mean we need to be pushing from one side or the other. Push for more acceptance. I'm personally great with that, and I encourage it. Push for more acceptance, because there should be more acceptance, but don't push so much to the other direction that you're now creating a new problem.
Yeah, but a lot of the times, some of the most accepting people of anything, whether it be race or sexuality or transgender or gender of itself, any of that. Some of the most accepting people are those that just don't fucking give a fuck about those kinds of things. They just
Right.
don't care.
Right.
So I like to think that I'm a pretty fucking accepting person. And then, until these kinds of fucking initiatives come in that are, pushing it and genuinely trying to fucking indoctrinate.
And that's what ends up being indoctrination.
Yeah, so I don't care what someone is. I care about the person. Whether or not I like them, whether or not I agree with them, whether or not I can have a fun debate with them, or whether it gets fucking heated and argumentative and in some cases fucking childish. Those are the things that I fucking care about. Whether or not the person I'm talking to is okay. That's the things that I care about. I don't give a flying fuck whether someone's transgender, or whether they're gay, or whether they're straight, or whether they're quote normal. You know, I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care. That is not what's important.
Well,
Right.
perhaps not.
The problem is that most people don't, can't put things into perspective, right? They make the mountain out of the molehill, and then they, lose sight of the forest, because of the trees, and it's like, it you those people, you may never get to understand and reach to have that understanding that it really doesn't fucking matter. Just move on. Go about your day and stop worrying about what everybody else is fucking doing. Oh, look, there's a person. Great. I'm going to go talk to them. And it doesn't matter what the person looks like, or, whatever. They're still a person. Treat them with, respect that you would anybody else. And that's all you really need to do.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing that you're saying is that there's an overcompensation. It's in a school, there are a bunch of bleeding hearts, and if you look at it from a teacher standpoint, they're trying to share their knowledge. And unfortunately, because the way pendulums swing, there seems to be an excess of uh, that if we drive this into their heads, they will accept. And this is that bleeding heart liberal crap that just it's just they can't see there's going to be repercussions down the road. They just see what they're accomplishing at that moment. So, and in that, it's good intentions, but the roads are paved with good intentions.
Right.
Something definitely needs to be done. I mean, and it's not. And if you want to take it to a bigger uh, scope, it's not just a question of trans people, but across the board. I mean, there's just a whole load of crap that's going on, and they're finding, okay, here's a little something, and I do mean a little something, that they can address in their limited way. And is it a good thing? I don't know, because I haven't seen it. So can I evaluate it? No, I can't evaluate it because it hasn't happened long enough to see what the repercussions could be. So again, it's jump in with both feet and then wind up having to pull out later on, and back up. So nothing that I'm too crazy about, but that's just the way they do things,
Right.
especially in schools. That's the scariest part about the whole thing, if you ask me.
Yeah, the fact that they're in schools and they're teaching it to kids as cool. That's what really gets me, is that they're like, oh yeah, it's cool to be this and it's cool to be that, and you should be this and you should be that because it's cool. That's what that's where it falls down. That's where that's, like I said, is I have no problems with them including transgender in a sex ed in a sex ed class, and actually going into detail and explaining it there, because that seems to be the place for it. But
Right.
to include it into every subject, and that's what they're doing, is they're including it in every subject. They are pushing this in every subject. That's wrong.
There's a time and a place for everything, and every subject is not the time nor the place. Like you said, sex ed which is, I would like to think, is a short-term class, maybe a semester or whatever, and you teach it there, and you know, maybe you teach it in, over a couple, every couple years or something, you do something to help reinforce it, but move on with the rest of the studies and don't make it what the school is about, because that's the way this sounds like it's becoming, is we're making this one thing what this whole school is going to be about, and to me that's wrong. That's what a private school should be. And like I said, and if you're a parent sending your child to a private school like that, then you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I got the impression that these were public schools.
Yeah, they are. They're public schools.
Right, exactly. And that, which is like, helps my point. That kind of shit should not be going on in a public school, because if I send my child to a public school and they are not transgender or anything along those lines, then how much is that going to affect them beyond just being okay with somebody that is transgender? Because I'm sure it's going to affect them in some way. It's going to cause some confusion and other things, at some point, or at least it has that potential. It may not happen to my child. Maybe it happens to my neighbor's kid,
Right.
but that's most likely, or more than likely, going to happen to, a handful of kids. And now maybe your best friend in school is transgender, and you wanted to be transgender just so you could get along with him even more, and you just can't get that way. That's not you. And then next thing you know, you're now I'm all depressed because I don't get along with my friend anymore, and it's probably because I'm not transgender. Now you got somebody getting depressed and talking about killing themselves because they're not transgender. Because they can't cope with the fact that they're not. Because they've been taught that that's the way they should be. And
I don't
like I
think
said,
that. I
it's
don't think that's
completely
what
the
they're.
opposite direction. It's from, it's the opposite side of the coin from the other side, where people are being ostracized because they're transgender, and then those types of negative things happen. So
Yeah, but I don't. Unless I'm totally just missing the whole thing here, I don't think that's what Kat is talking about. They're not teaching people to be transgender. It's a topic of discussion and identification. There's so many things that these kids are just not getting the details on in school, and that's what I'm saying. I think the schools have kind of, in many ways, have gone over the top. Is what I'm saying.
no, there's actual schools that
Push your kids towards being transgender.
right. They actually teach boys to tuck and girls to bind their chest, and all these things to become more transgender. To become, physically try to change themselves so they can kind of fit into what they know they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And the kids are asking for this, or they're just
No,
being.
No, that's just that the way the school's doing it.
The schools are teaching them to do it. They're not asking for it. Kids aren't asking for it. There's no communication with the parents. They don't tell the parents they're teaching them these things. What they tell the parents is it's an anti-bullying campaign where we're trying to stop other kids from bullying transgender kids. And then they go ahead and they teach the kids things like how to tuck their penises, how to bind their chest, and things like that. So the parents don't always know what they're actually teaching their kids.
Well, I see that as a problem with the whole system as a rule, simply because they parents are not being parents nowadays.
Right, but if the parents don't know these things, right, and
Yeah,
the parents don't even know that's being taught.
told,
Yeah, but the parents aren't even looking over the curriculum that their kids are taking.
But the schools don't tell you exactly every topic that they're covering. They give you a like
What they'll do is
the
in
classes. Like
curriculum.
my daughter took one was called life studies. I have no idea what the hell is in life studies. I don't think it was anything nefarious or anything, but that's what they called the class. I mean, who knows
Yeah,
what the
and
fuck
you
they
know
taught in
what
there? I
they'll
don't know what
do.
the topic is in there.
Yeah, what they'll do
Did you
is
ask?
they'll go.
I didn't have an opportunity to ask. She actually was only in that class for like 2 weeks before they changed the semester. And I haven't even had a chance to visit with any of the teachers. So, but
Yeah, yeah. What they'll do is they'll put it down on the curriculum, but they'll put it down on the curriculum as they'll put like transgender, and then the comment next to it will be what is a transgender, and a brief description underneath it will be discussing transgenders, what they are, like how they come about, stuff like that. And then what they're actually teaching the kids is you should be transgender because it's cool. And I know I keep saying that, but that is what they're fucking teaching them. They are pushing this narrative that it's cool to be transgender, that kids should be transgender, that boys should know how to tuck their penises, and that they should act more like little girls, and girls should bind their chests if they're starting to develop and act more like little boys and become homogenous little creatures that are all exactly the same. And they're all classed as transgender, all of them.
Oh, thank God I'm going to be dead soon.
Yeah,
That's all I can say.
that is, so even when you've got it in the curriculum and when they're explaining it in the curriculum, they're not actually telling you what they're teaching them. That's why when you go and see things like the Educate and Celebrate initiative, and you go and look into what the Educate and Celebrate initiative, and it says that it's derived from the Canadian Safe Schools Initiative, and you go and look at the Safe Schools Initiative, and you find out that that was created by a fucking pedophile that was convicted of pedophilia, and that he's trying to sexualize the kids. That's when you should start fucking taking issues. But
Yeah.
parents go, oh, hey, look, they're teaching a thing on transgenders. Well, that's awfully progressive. Oh, they're just teaching them what a transgender is. That's absolutely fine. Parents don't go into that level of investigation.
Right.
yeah, I mean, I ask my daughter all the time, what she learns at school, and most of the time she's like, same stuff I've always learned, and it's no big deal. But I mean, there's been, sometimes when, um, they like over in Australia, they taught a sex ed class. And I don't know what all was in the sex ed class. My wife had a problem with the sex ed class, mostly because we're pretty active and teaching our daughter things and whatever. But the the reason why my wife had a problem with it is because in my daughter's classroom, it was I think it was sixth, fifth, fourth, and third grade. So you had four grades in that one classroom. All four of those grades, you're now teaching third graders sex ed. They all got the same lessons. That is something a sixth grader should be getting. It's when I got my sex ed class was in like sixth grade, I think.
It's
Fifth or
not so
sixth.
much of a problem if the sex ed class is this is the human biology.
Right.
But
That's they went into obviously not demonstrations or anything, but they went into something that somebody that is, let's say, 8 years old, 8, 9 years old, they're not ready to learn that stuff. That's way beyond them. They're still worrying about coloring in the lines, for crying out loud, not
it's like
human biology.
8 years old. I think teaching them about I don't know the menstrual cycle. That's fine. How to apply a fucking sanitary towel, not a Tampax, a sanitary towel. Yeah, that would be fine, particularly for the girls, because you have the early bloomers that will start getting fucking that will start getting
Right.
having their period. I think the youngest that wasn't a biological condition, quote early bloomer, was like 9 years old.
Right.
That we have on record, and as I said, wasn't a genetic condition that caused her to age faster. Because if that was the case, then it was actually 5 years old.
Right.
Um, but so you have that. So it's like sort of talking about that kind of thing. Not really a problem for an 8-year-old, 9-year-old. And as I said, particularly for the girls who are going to start bleeding soon, within the
But
next couple of years.
the other thing though is the other twist to it is they didn't tell my wife what the class was. I can't remember what they called it. They
No.
called it just like biology or something. They don't. My wife had no idea until my daughter come home and started talking about we got taught this today, and my wife's like, "What?" I mean, this is stuff. Well, my wife already covered with my daughters. No big deal. But my wife's like, "But you have like 8, 9-year-olds. Nobody told us. It's not like the parents can go, okay." Like when I was in school, we had to like take a slip home to our parents and have them sign it to say it was okay for us to sit in on the class.
Right.
You know, it had to be okayed by the parents. You don't just arbitrarily decide we're going to teach your kids this, because in my opinion, you're taking away, like I said, people aren't being parents. And, and sometimes you have to just, people aren't going to be the parents that they need to be, and they're going to leave their kids in the dark. But
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean,
same
you
time,
do
you need
kind
to
of
give
need
that
to.
parent the opportunity to say, no, I'm going to handle that with my child.
Yeah, and
You need to give them that opportunity.
my mum was, I think because my mum was so young, my mum was very open. Even like 5, 6 years old, my mum would go, "Yeah, you're not to come in the bedroom. We're having love hugs." And to me, a love hug was a hug that is in the bedroom, and to
Right,
me, it was literally a hug.
right,
That was in the bedroom with the door closed, and
right.
I didn't go in there until mum said it was okay.
Yeah,
Whereas I didn't understand why I couldn't go in there,
yeah,
but so it was still, it was just a hug, you know. But even at that age, mum was already explaining things to me. I think that's I never got the talk
right,
because that happened over the course of time, and I was always free to come home. And something that always stuck in my head was coming home from primary school and shouting to mum, who was in the front room at the time. I used to come in the back door and that, and yeah, they'd come in the back door shouting into mum while I was in the kitchen grabbing a sandwich or some crap like that, and going, "Hey mum, what's a blowjob?" And what I didn't know was that social services was sat in the front room at the time because I've got scars all down my back. And they were a lot more visible when I was younger.
right.
But I had, as a baby, I had chickenpox with a secondary infection, and it caused me to be quite badly scarred up. But
Okay.
when I was younger, when I was sort of up till about the age of 8, 9, they looked like cigarette burns.
Oh, okay.
So the school, obviously, I've been getting changed and that, and the school's noticed these scars on my back and thought they were cigarette burns.
Ah,
So they've reported my mum.
yeah.
But
And then
I
here
didn't.
you come walking in asking what a blowjob is.
Yeah, and mum was just like, "I'll tell you later." She never did, but
Right. Yeah. Do
it's
you
like it
need me
wasn't
to explain
until
it to you now, or you got it figured
no,
out?
no, it's all right. At the age of about 13, 14, I found the wonders of porn online. So I found out.
Yes, we didn't have internet when I was a kid, so we didn't have those luxuries.
No,
So
we had to find out the old-fashioned way.
yeah, so
I used
go
to
ask
love
the
finding porn
neighbors.
in the woods. I
Do
don't know.
what?
Did you guys ever magically find porn in the woods? It used to happen up where my nan used to live.
No, my dad had one Playboy in the house, and
That's that had to be disappointing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, that Playboy.
Only
I
ever,
mean, Playboy
only
was,
ever read it for the.
when you're like 10, Playboy is pretty cool. You don't learn a whole lot from it other than, hey, look, there's boobies and she's got fur. Okay, that's about it.
Yeah.
you know, you don't learn anything else.
That's a
Yeah,
crying
like
shame.
you only ever read Playboy for the articles, right?
Let me tell you, I wore out that one magazine my dad had. That thing, I'm surprised that like their pages were still visible. Like I turned them pages so damn quick. I'm surprised it was ever like in the same spot because like I didn't just keep it or something. I always put it back underneath his bed.
He knew. He knew
Yeah,
you
I'm sure he did.
you reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like I had a couple of naughty mags myself, and yeah, it used to happen like every couple of months. We used to find where my nan used to live. There was woods out the back of her garden. Like you walk down the bottom of the garden, go out the woods, and you're stood in the woods.
Huh.
Sorry, go out the gate, and you're stood in the woods.
Right.
And yeah, you'd wander around, and about every 3 months or so, you would find a porn mag up there. It was just
Strange.
like, oh, okay. And you just like flick through it and then be like, yeah, right, I'm done. And you just leave it there, and then it would disappear the next day. It would be gone.
Well, apparently there's a deal, and I haven't been so lucky, but my one of my army buddies had learned that a lot of truckers. So if you stay in a hotel where truckers are now, maybe this doesn't happen in the UK, but apparently it's a thing here in the states. If you stay in a hotel where a lot of truckers will stay, a lot of truckers will leave magazines for you know other truckers. Probably not the case anymore because everybody's got the internet, but back before internet was prevalent, you could go into a hotel room and I told my buddy, I'm like, I don't believe you. We just happened to be in a hotel room and he's like, come here, I'll show you. He like lifts up the bed and boom, there's a magazine between the bed and the box springs. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like that's crazy. Like they'll put them there, or, in one of the drawers underneath a drawer. Like if you have a dressing table that has, maybe a shelf or like a shelf underneath the drawer. So you pull the drawer out, and there's a magazine would be underneath it, and it's like Jesus, that's just crazy shit.
Yeah, that is very strange. I have to
Yeah.
go along with that.
But yeah, so
So you guys hadn't even gotten to the child line then,
no, I've
other
referenced
than
it
you
a couple of
briefly
times.
referenced it, right?
But yeah, so I think it's linked in the description and that, but it's like I said, kids are ringing up Childline, and they're either saying, I'm gender dysphoric, or they're saying, I'm not gender dysphoric,
Right. Yeah.
And that's insane. A kid should not be ringing up Childline to go, I'm not gender dysphoric. I need help.
Yeah.
And that's the part of it that I'm just sort of like, you fucking what? Why is that a thing? Why are they fucking ringing Childline to go, I'm yeah, it's like, why is that a problem? But then that's why I linked it with this article about teaching fucking being transgender in schools, because they're teaching it in schools, and then kids are going away and they're like, but I'm not this way, and they're fucking trying to push that I am, or they're pushing that it's normal to be,
Well,
and
perhaps they're misunderstanding.
What do you mean?
Well, they're kids. They don't always necessarily understand exactly, what they're being told, and that it could be some confusion there. No, don't you think?
Well, yeah, and that's goes back to the argument, the discussion previously, where schools should not be providing that kind of information to where they're causing that confusion. And that's like the two things are connected. When they are causing confusion in kids, where they're well, I'm supposed to be, you know, um, trans dysfunctional or dysphoria or whatever you call it. I'm supposed to be this way, but I'm not. I'm supposed to, why am I not? Now I'm confused, and now it bothers me, and all these things. Now you're creating a new situation instead of just addressing the one that we already had, where people weren't getting accepted the way they were. Now you're creating an entirely new group of people that have come along with a lot of the same problems.
Okay. I guess I could see that to a certain point.
I mean, obviously it's not going to happen with everybody, but it's going to happen. And apparently it is happening, so.
Exactly. So something obviously is going on. And as I stated earlier, this is where the parents are failing.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, and you've has as much admitted your own failings, because you talk to your daughter about it, and then of course there's things counter to what you believe should be being taught in the schools. And this is one of the problems that we have with school boards and so forth dictating, and not the parents.
Right.
So.
Oh, trust me, my wife went down there because the when they were getting taught the sex ed stuff. My wife went down there and made sure she expressed her displeasure in the whole process. The one class I was talking about, the life studies class, that my daughter only had for like 2 weeks. That was after she came back here and started going to school here. So I don't know what was in the class, but I'm sure my daughter probably told me it's just like normal plain stuff, then that I was perfectly okay with. So, but other than me taking time off of work to go to the school to find out and examine every part of their curriculum to teach, first of all, the teachers aren't going to want to appreciate that. And two, I don't have that kind of time to make sure that I'm now second guessing the entire school's curriculum. Maybe
Right.
I should be going to the school board and making sure that I'm participating in any of their meetings that they have and expressing my opinions there. But to do it to an individual teacher who's probably already had his hands tied on what he's teaching anyway would be kind of aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always the teachers. There's a lot of teachers that don't agree with what they're being forced to teach the kids.
Oh, that goes without saying. Absolutely.
There's many teachers that are turning around and going, I don't want to teach the kids this shit.
Yeah, the Common Core shit.
I don't fucking agree with it. And then, the fucking school board's going, yeah, but you haven't got a choice. It's either that or we're ending your fucking, your teaching career.
Yep. Exactly. That does happen.
Yeah, it does. So, a lot of the times the teachers, or in many cases, the teachers are like, I don't actually want to teach this, but I don't have a choice. So it's not always fair to go to the teacher and go, what the fuck are you teaching my kids? How fucking dare you?
Well, this is what I'm saying about how far the pendulum has swung. We had teachers when I was in high school that brought in their own material to teach, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And it was not approved by the school, and one particular instructor lost his job over it. So was it fair? No, not necessarily, but now it's going the other way around, where the school board is dictating everything. So,
Well, that's when you start getting the problem where, my big problem with big government is we know better than you do.
Right.
You know, and it's really kind of a microcosm or whatever of what I see at work as well. I have directors above me that seem to think that they know how to do my job better than I do, and they've never done my job. They don't even know
Right.
anything about my job. They make assumptions about what my job is, and then, from that they try to tell me all the things that I need to do my job more efficiently and all this other shit. And if you want to know how to do my job, come sit down and I'll show you.
But,
But
yeah,
other than that, you're not going to learn anything.
and they don't want to learn anything is the other part of the problem there. So,
Right, exactly.
Anybody who's had a job, uh, you know, uh, is fully cognizant of that, Gary. That there's people out there. Um, I can because I've been in that position. I was a manager, and I had one guy tell me one day, "Well, you don't know what my job is," and I said, "I don't have to know what your job is. My job is to see that you do your job." And he didn't like it, and I said, "You don't have to like it. I don't like it all the time. It's just the way it is. You
Right.
know, if I could change it, I would, but I can't. So, quit giving me a hard time. Go do your job like you're supposed to be doing, and don't let me have to come back down here and say something.
Right.
Because if somebody sends me down here and I don't come down here and I don't do my job is on the line. So it kind of sucks either way you go. I can't,
Pretty much.
and it doesn't do any good to grouse about it per se, but it does. And it's the same for the teachers. They don't have any options most of the time. Nowadays they don't. Before they used to have, but they took those options away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely insane, and I don't think it matters. Uh, like I said, it's a pendulum that's swinging from one side, and then it's going to go back to the other side. And is there anything you can do about it? It's doubtful. It really is. So you got to be a concerned parent. You have to, make sure your kids are safe. We all agree on that, but there's a lot of people out there that think, oh yeah, the teachers know what they're doing. I don't happen to share that sentiment myself, so take that for what it's worth. So whether it's gender studies or whatever they're calling it this month, it's always going to be something.
Yeah, I think we've just lost Gary. I think he's just DC'd. Right, I'm gonna call a couple of minutes break, if that's all right, hon, because I need to run to the bathroom.
I think that's a fine idea.
All right.
I think I'll use a short break.
Yeah. So. Yeah, he's just sent me a message saying that he thinks his net just went down. So we'll give him a couple of minutes to see if it comes back and, sort ourselves out and then carry on. Okay?
Yeah, he was having problems yesterday too. So, okay,
Yeah.
see you in a few.
All right, see you in a few.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so I'm back. I don't suppose there is anyone watching the stream right now. So yeah, sorry for the short break, guys. We're just trying to get local 4-pack back into the stream. His net seems to be down. Okay.
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, hon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I am back.
Yay, welcome back.
Thank
Good
you.
timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to.
Slide
I don't know what
slide
happened.
this
I
back
restarted my
again.
computer, and that seemed to help, but it took forever to restart too. So weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I'd say so.
So how do you guys feel about getting on to Omnipolitics 16?
Omnipolitics 16.
Yes, that's
Mm.
the
Yes.
pedophiles.
Yes.
Yes,
That
the
is.
wackadoo.
That's gonna. Well, that will be one that I don't think we'll have much disagreement or back and forth, it's going to be a lot of all of us having the same opinion, I'm guessing.
I think we should at least look at his reasons as to why he thinks pedophilia isn't wrong, and
Right.
debunk them one after another. Because I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
then I'm going to argue. I'm going to argue with you right off the bat because
Oh, yeah?
he's entitled to his. Yep, he's entitled to his opinion.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's his opinion, and I'm sure there's a country somewhere that will accept him.
Well,
Yeah.
but his opinions can
He
still
should.
be formed under false pretenses and erroneous facts.
Yeah, just because he's entitled to his opinion doesn't mean we're not entitled to debunk the.
We're going to
Yeah,
do some
the thing.
debunking here.
Well,
Okay.
because
Yeah,
he tries. I don't know if you watched the video though.
I did.
Guy.
I did.
He's trying to pass those things off as facts. And the
Yeah.
moment you start trying to pass something off as facts, allows people to debunk them and prove them as falses.
Okie dokie. So that's the premise that we're going with. All right.
Yeah,
I'm game.
that's what we're going to be doing, is looking at, basically what we're going to do is we're going to argue with him rather
Right.
than with each other, because I'm pretty sure we're all going to be on the same page. So
I just might decide to be difficult. I don't know. I can be very quite contrary at times. So
yeah, so I'm actually going to of the video. So hopefully you all can see it pop up there.
you're going to do what? Play the video?
Yeah, but I've actually shared it. So
Oh.
it should be visible in the stream and on the live stream itself.
Yes. Well, it was there for a second. There it is.
I'm now in under like both Loco Fourpack and Sergeant Rock.
All
That's
right.
good comedy.
So, and I think I'm gonna have to pin it. Present to everyone. Right, I'm just trying to make sure that it's all working.
Well, you're better at this stuff than I am, Kat. I'll tell you.
Okay, so hopefully that's pinned it so that we're not jumping to each person that's talking. And I can't see it now because I have to stay on this page, so I can't actually look at the stream.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can see. Well, at least I'm seeing him up there, and it's not switching to me.
Okay.
When I talk,
Awesome.
so
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to play this, and yeah, when he makes a point, I'm going to pause it. Now, at the beginning, he does some ranting about some random guy. So
some guy that attacked him.
yeah, supposedly attacked him. What they done was they debunked him, basically.
Yeah, they kind of disagreed with him.
Yeah.
Right.
Go figure.
Now, the one thing we're not getting across is the audio from him.
See, I should be able to get the audio across as well. I'm not.
Well, we can only hope. Okay, I can barely hear it, but yeah, it's there.
All right, well, it is turned up as high as it can be. What I might do is I might pull my headset and have the audio come through my speakers.
Okay, that'll work.
All right, guys.
Okay.
It'll probably be a bit rough, but if that's what we got to do. It's better to get the message out there properly, right?
Yeah, and I'm gonna skip ahead a minute and just check because. Right, I'm just making sure that it's at the right point. Right, so he's just said he's going to name 3 reasons. So I'm at the right point. Okay, guys?
Yep, we can hear him.
And you might get a bit of echo from yourselves coming through on my speakers, and I do apologize for that.
No problem.
Okay?
Yep.
Just making sure everything is turned up as loud as it can be. Yep. So these are going to be his 3, cough, cough, 5 reasons, because he does actually change it so that it's 5 reasons rather than 3. And I'm going to pause it after each reason so that we can discuss his idea. Okay?
Yep. Sounds good.
My 3 main reasons why pedophilia is not wrong, in my opinion. Now I got that out of the way, let's get on with the video. My number 1 reason, children can feel sexual feelings. Yes, I know. These little shits right here can feel sexual feelings. Isn't that fucking weird, right? Now, I wouldn't say it's considered sexual, really, like, oh yeah, they go out and fuck people, like, not like that type of sexual. They do have curiosity, sexual curiosity, where they're curious about genitals and adult genitals. And, yeah, they like adult genitals. Really all I gotta say. That has been proven in this article right here. Now, the reason why I'm saying this and why pedophilia is not wrong is because people like to use the argument why pedophilia is wrong is because children cannot feel sexual. Now, my proof is this article, and I'll read it in a second, and also Playing Doctor. If you have hanged out with children before or actually interacted with children, you'll know that children like to play sexual games like Playing Doctor and just things that they explore the genitals, like other genitals. They're curious. Curiosity about their body, including genitals, touching their body, touching their genitals, including masturbation in public and in private. And no inhalations around nudity. And yeah, that's to ages 0 to 2 years old. Isn't that weird? And now let's go on to toddlers. Ooh, best part. Occasional masturbation. This usually occurs as a soothing behavior rather than for sexual pleasure. May occur publicly or privately. Consensual and playful exploration with children of the same age. This includes playing house or playing doctor, as I just said. Many ask questions about sexuality or reproduction, such as where do babies come from? May show curiosity in regard to adult bodies, wanting to go into the bathroom, parents touching women's breasts, yeah, and men's genitals. You can continue lack of innovation around nudity. May take off the diaper or clothes off. Use slang terms for body parts and bodies. Yeah. They're starting to know about the genitalia and starting to be attracted to genitalia. That's the reason why I believe kids or pedophilia should be legal, and also why pedophilia is not wrong. Because kids are sexual beings. Like you and I. We're sexual beings. They can feel sexual thoughts. Using this as a reason because people keep saying the same thing over and over again. Kids cannot feel sexual feelings, which gets on my nerves. And then I show them this, and they completely turn a blind eye and still say the same shit. So I hope some of you who are smart enough to actually watch the video and actually listen to me and read the article know that kids can actually feel sexual feelings. And yeah, there's others like 9 to 5, and it's just anyone under 16. This is what the site's talking about. It goes more. I'm just talking about toddlers and infants for now. Number 2.
Okay, so his first argument is kids are sexual beings because kids show curiosity about sex, where babies come from, their genitals, that kind of thing.
Now, okay, right in his article, it talks about children could masturbate, but not for sexual.
Yeah, not for sexual pleasure. Right there.
Not for sexual pleasure. Right there, he debunked himself. Okay. If you're not doing it for sexual pleasure and you're just doing it because you have no idea what the fuck you're doing and for soothing purposes or whatever, okay.
How many boys?
Your argument is they have sexual, they have a certain level of sexuality among, about themselves. That you just prove that they don't.
But yeah, I mean, how many, particularly little boys tend to sort of put their hands down their pants and tug on their todger. How many little boys do that just because it's there, it's vaguely soothing and it's interesting? Right. It's a thing and it dangles and it's sort of.
Yeah, I also
See?
like, fuck around with my fingers, and bend them back and forth and pop my knuckles and shit like that. But that doesn't mean, that I'm, going to be like a fucking proctologist or something, or a finger doctor. It's I'm just because I'm exploring my fingers doesn't mean a whole lot of anything other than, hey, look, I have these fingers and they bend, like each finger bends like three ways, three times, and I can grab things with them, and you know you're not proving anything. That doesn't prove that, because you're, like you said, because a young boy, a toddler, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, whatever, grabs their junk and, you know, does stuff with it, doesn't mean that they have any kind of sexual curiosity, or, they're doing it for sexual pleasure,
When, because this is a very Freudian idea. It's the ages. It's the levels of development that kids go through.
Right.
And it's a very Freud idea. He was the one that came up with this after watching children as they grew up and stuff like that. And Freud has been debunked so many times. Freud has been debunked. I do. There is some worth in this profile, this particular profile that he created, in that it does explain some of the actions that a kid will have, in regards to their curiosity about their bodies and other people's bodies and, stuff like that.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that the kids, just because they're tugging on their junk, doesn't mean they want to be tugging on your junk.
Right, exactly.
Kids will say, for instance, you have a little boy and you go into the bathroom and you strip off and you jump in the bath, and the kid comes rushing into the bathroom, and then suddenly, hey, look, Daddy, you've got a willy.
Right.
That doesn't mean that the kid now wants to get a bit more familiar with your dick.
Exactly. Just because there's that curiosity, like I mentioned before in our previous topic, kids are curious. Kids are going to want to try to learn about all kinds of things. Doesn't mean a whole lot of anything. They're just learning and they're exploring their environment and all of these things to that's how they learn. Doesn't mean that they're going to, they don't understand what they're learning yet either, and when somebody doesn't have an understanding of what they're learning about, doesn't give somebody else the permission to try to teach them more than they need to learn.
Yeah. Any input there, Di?
Other than I agree with you, no. It just seems to me that the I honestly, God, I really don't have any input. It's just this guy's a whack job, and like I said, before we started the stream, I'd be happy to take him out back and put a bullet in his head.
This guy is 16. Now, laws regarding, and he admits that in one of his other videos, the law regarding, and I believe this is US, but I'm not 100% sure it could be UK, is that pedophilia is sexual coercion, sexual suggestion, actually having sex with someone under the age of 16. Now, there's a little bit of leeway, but if you are within a 5-year, if you're sort of 5 years within the age bracket, say for instance, you have to be over the age of 16, but say for instance, you're with someone that is 15 and you're 17, there's a little bit of leeway.
Right.
In the law.
He is 16, so the leeway, I think, would be a lot smaller.
Well, the thing is in a lot of states, up until relatively recently, I mean, you could marry somebody that was 14 years old, and and they could be your cousin, for God's sake, and that was totally acceptable. So the norms have changed. So I don't know. Like I said, this guy is just so far out in left field to my way of thinking that it's inconceivable to me. All right, that he somehow thinks that, regardless of how he justifies it. I mean, he could quote scripture, and says, but society says no, this is not acceptable. So again, I go back to what we were talking earlier. It's what society has foisted upon us. If society had decided that pedophilia was acceptable, we would not be having this conversation. So
Right.
that's So,
Well,
but
we
in
can
our
still have, we could be the whack job nut cases and still have the conversation. Just because society has accepted it doesn't mean we still couldn't have the conversation. But we would be the outside the norm people, like this retard is.
right.
And not only that, we have so much in the way of evidence that pedophilia really harms the child.
Right.
Yes.
And later on in this video, and we'll cover it in a bit, but he cites it as it's natural, and then he cites I can't remember the name of the monkey. Big Av.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, it's just
Which monkey?
The one that has sex for pretty much
every reason. Bonobos.
Yeah.
Bonobo chimpanzees.
Yeah. So he cites that, and even then, his fucking argument doesn't stand because, as I just asked more, it's like, well, what monkey is it, or what chimp is it that has sex for pretty much everything? And they don't do it for sexual pleasure.
Right.
So even then, his fucking thing is just complete bullshit. So yeah, I'm going to continue on with the video and let him read through two.
People keep on saying it's a mental illness, even though it's not. Now, people like to use this reason why pedophilia is wrong because it's a mental illness. And they like to say, oh, the DSM-5, or whatever I call it. I forgot what it was called. The DSM-5 considers it, goddamn, a mental illness. Oh, yeah, you didn't know the DSM-5 used to also consider homosexuality disorder, right? Because it's considered now a mental disorder doesn't mean it's fully a mental disorder. Mental disorders like schizophrenia, depression, and all this other shit, etc., etc., etc. Now I'm going to explain why it's not a mental disorder. I'm not just going to flat out say it, because that's going to make me look like I'm the opposition side. I don't supply our reasons or arguments. But yeah, I'm going to give reason one. Reason number one, pedophilia is natural. And unless that all animals share the same mental illness that is called pedophilia and also homosexuality, since this also occurs in the animal kingdom, pedophilia can't be a mental illness. A mental illness is a human quirk. Something wrong in the human mind or animal's mind. Something that doesn't exist in all species. But pedophilia and homosexuality is in this animal kingdom. And it's pretty normal. If you watch Pedophilia Natural by Cartograph or study on biology and animals before, you will know that it really isn't a mental illness if you kind of think about it. So that dismisses the whole notion that pedophilia is a mental illness. But animals act on pedophilia. And my proof is, if you actually study on animals and watch part of that video, he explains the animals that actually engage in pedophilia acts with their young and old.
On bonobos. Both adult males and females interact sexually with adolescents and juveniles. In fact, Young females go through a 5 to 6 year period, sometimes referred to as adolescent sterility, although no pathology is involved, during which they actively participate in heterosexual mating, often with adults, but never get pregnant. Sexual behavior between adults and infants of both sexes is common, but a third of the time it is initiated by the infant and may involve genital rubbing and full copulatory postures, including penetration of an adult female by a male infant.
So unless all these animals have the same mental illness, unless we have the same mental illness with all these other animals, and homosexuality is also a mental illness too, in the animal community, that seems pretty normal, then it's not a mental illness. Reason number 2, pedophiles are born with a mental illness, or not mental illness, I'm just putting it in quotes. I meant the attraction to children. Now, I'm going to post an article right here, if you guys want to go check it out, there's a link in the description below. I wouldn't agree fully with it, but it does state why pedophilia is not a mental disorder. Because pedophiles are born with the attraction to children, some, at least most. And it also states that pedophilia comes from a gene, and also pedophiles are wired to be attracted to children, like it's something in the brain. It also calls the whole notion that pedophilia being a mental illness is horseshit. Let's go search up the meaning of mental illness. Mental illness, a wide range of conditions that affect mood, thinking, and behavior. A mental illness has to affect you in your life, like schizophrenia. You aren't born with fucking schizophrenia. You're not born with depression. Like, you don't come out your mother and fucking become depressed. You don't want like that. But you can be born as a pedophile. You can be born attracted to children. You can be born sexually too. This is another mostly used reason why pedophilia is wrong, because, pedophiles are not born with it. Most pedophiles are abused with child, and they never really back themselves up, so yeah. Now, I really cannot find an article proving that most pedophiles are abused, or most pedophiles are not abused, but this article can say, this is the article that strongly relates to my claim. Also, this article right here, if you guys want to go check it out, it says a fact, but I don't know. We really don't know, because we really don't even know how much pedophiles are in the world. We have an estimate of 7% to 20%. And yeah, I just found out on a site that I can't find now. The site was deleted. Sadly. So let's go on to my third reason. Reason number 3.
So, it's not a mental disorder because it doesn't fit the classification, other than the fact that the definition he provided for mental disorder says something to the effect of something that causes you to go against acceptable behavior.
Well, yeah, it's like it's something that affects your mood, your behaviors, your attitudes, stuff like that. Pedophilia does fit that definition. His own definition, pedophilia fits.
I know. Again, he's already debunked himself. Like, this guy makes it way too easy to prove it. He cannot put together a solid argument at all, first of all. And, just grasping at straws and a complete fucking retard.
His fucking argument about, it happens in nature if all of these animals. You cited one animal that has pretty much everything. You want to get closer to your dad? You fuck him. You want to get closer to your mum? You fuck him. You want to say hello to your neighbor? You fuck him. It has nothing to do with sexual gratification, and it has nothing to do with wanting to fuck your kids.
Right, exactly.
You can't cite, if you're going to say all these animals, cite more than the bonobos, because the bonobos are kind of not. It doesn't help your cause.
They're the exception to the rule.
They really don't.
When you're citing the exception and not the rule, then you're kind of no water.
Right.
It's like your stool. It has no legs, sir. It does not stand.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. He's not. You can't call it citing something if he has one thing. I mean, what is he citing?
Right. Exactly.
I've cited articles, and the fact that he will only look at an article that fits his narrative. He hasn't looked at any government statistics. He hasn't looked at any official websites or anything like that talks about the effects of pedophilia, that talks about the, whether or not pedophilia is, quote, a sexual orientation, or whether or not it's a fucking mental disorder, or, anything like that. He hasn't looked at any of that. He's gone, found the one article that he can find that agrees with his narrative and gone, see, look, this one article.
Right.
And we don't know whether or not the study that's cited in that article is peer-reviewed. We don't know whether or not it's actually accepted. And going and looking at the article that he cited, there's a lot of contention around it itself.
Did he actually post a link to that?
He did.
Okay. Yeah, I watched it on my phone, so I didn't check the links.
I'm just gonna I will link it into this one. No, I can't link it into that one. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna link it into the Twitch chat.
Okay.
Which is going to confuse everyone in the Twitch chat.
Right.
Sorry, not the Twitch chat, the Twitter chat.
Well, I'm confused.
Yeah, I've posted it up. Posted up the link to the article that he's cited in the group chat on Twitter.
Okay.
So yeah, and I was checking out the rest of this website,
Okay.
and the website seems to be predicated on activism for activism's sake.
Okay.
So I wouldn't call it a very reliable source.
Right.
Well, it's like you said. I mean, he's selecting, and this is typical, articles that support his statements, regardless of accuracy or anything else. So what the hell? If that's what he's using to substantiate his claim. Which is all it is. I mean, it's not. It sounds like there's little, if any, fact, and he's basically just blowing smoke. So
Yeah, he's posing these as these are the facts of the situation, and these are the reasons why you're wrong about pedophilia.
right.
That's why we're looking at this as if he's citing facts, despite the fact that everything that he said is pretty much just opinion, because
Right.
he's posing them as these are facts.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm quite happy to argue someone about their opinions. So when they start citing facts, I'm quite happy to argue their facts as well.
Exactly. And I think you're finding that I mean, if you just listen to the guy, he honestly makes no freaking sense. From the get-go. And his arguments, it's not stated as his opinion. He admits himself to being a pedophile himself. So therefore, anything he puts up, you have to assume is going to be contextually inaccurate.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have
Basically,
to.
what he's trying to do is trying to justify it being okay for him to be a pedophile.
Yes. And in his mind, then, yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. So,
right. And
I
honestly, I find it actually sad that YouTube doesn't pull this down.
It's like, yeah, okay, he's entitled to free speech. He's entitled to say these kinds of things. That doesn't mean that we're entitled to, you know, we have to believe him,
Right.
that we have to agree with him, and that we have to not feel a level of disgust in hearing his opinion. You know, it's like he's perfectly entitled to say this under the laws of free speech. But then we are perfectly within our own rights given to us by free speech to turn around and go, no, you are a disgusting human being, and you are, you know, you are fucking propagating the harm of children.
Well, and in that regard, that's why I feel like this video should be taken down by YouTube, because of the fact that he is advocating for it and is an admitted pedophile.
Yeah. I mean, his ages are something like between 3 and 12 years old. I think he says it at the end of the video.
Yeah, he does. It's 3 and 12.
Yeah, it's just like, no.
Well, I think he condemns himself, you know. So it's unless you're a pedophile and can find some common ground to agree with him on, which for me would be extremely difficult to understand. But okay, let's just say it happens.
But there is many people that are actually fucking agreeing and saying that people shouldn't be calling him out because reasons.
Right.
You know, because he has freedom of speech, and yeah, okay, he has freedom of speech. He's perfectly within his rights to say this kind of thing. But you know, that there are people that are sat there going, "Well, he's not really harming anyone." At no point is there any proof that he's touched a child.
It's the appeal to the sanctity of gender and sexual identity. Sorry, I had to break in there for a moment. You're not call people out for their identity issues, inverted commas. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I didn't catch quite what he said because it kind of broke up there, but
Yeah, you're not allowed to call people out for their quote identity issues.
oh, okay, you say so.
Well, that's kind of how it's feeling right now. You know, if you turn around and you call someone out for some sort of bullshit, like on the line of this, other people are like, no, you can't argue that because of these reasons, because he's oppressed. That's the one that really gets me. He's oppressed because he's a pedophile, and we all victimize pedophiles.
Right.
There's a reason we victimize pedophiles. There's a reason why fucking the worst of the worst, the death row inmates, have a problem with pedophiles.
Right. Exactly.
You think?
You know, there's a reason why fucking pedophiles go into a special little wing where they're safe away from everyone else, supposedly.
Oh,
You know?
They get found. So
Yeah, you know, sooner or later, this kid is going to be found by someone. And if he's not reported, which, you know, my fucking argument here is going to be, if you fucking know where he lives, report him to the police, and at least get them watching him to make sure he doesn't do anything to any kids. You know, someone's going to find him, and he's going to end up in a ditch.
well, that could be the best thing that happens to him. So I'm serious. I mean, you know, there are a lot of people out there, one way or another, at each extreme. Okay, and he has obviously gone above and beyond, and actually has announced his desires. And in doing so, he's opened himself up. So whatever comes his way, bless him. Let him basically hang himself out to dry. So that's kind of how I feel about it. And maybe it's not fair, okay? But by the same token, having people like that in our society, okay, and I'll go back to our society, okay, it's just not frickin' acceptable, regardless of what he thinks. So once you take it out of that context, okay, that he's making it acceptable, but not by society standards. So what he's saying is that I don't need to live by your standards because I fit outside your norm.
Right.
So, and I don't think that's gonna, be honest about it, Dad, I don't think it's gonna fly with most people. I'm sorry, I just don't see it that happening. So call me silly, but yeah, I just don't see somebody that far outside the norm.
Yeah, I am going to state that, and this is more to protect myself and, my channel and stuff like that. Don't be fucking going and, anyone that watches this later, don't be going and fucking trying to hunt this guy down to do fucking horrible things to him. If you do end up fucking finding him, report him to the police. Save yourself the fucking rap sheet and save your fucking, save yourself from all this kind of bullshit.
Right.
Report him to the police. Don't take it into your own hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much giving just cause and probable cause, I mean, for the police to be able to arrest him and start an investigation against him. So,
yeah.
What's your evidence? This video and many others on his site.
Yeah. Okay. Well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying, and he's going to use that as his justification.
Yeah, I mean, he's got quite a few videos on this channel, and most, if not all of them, are dedicated to trying to explain why pedophilia is okay, or making out that people that hunt down pedophiles, like when they go online and pretend to be 14-year-old girls or 14-year-old boys, so to get pedophiles interested in them so that they can be arrested. He's trying to say that that's wrong.
That's entrapment.
Well, that's entrapment, and I happen to agree that shouldn't be allowed. There's some place yet that you have to say, you don't have to, but I mean, in our society, okay, it's not good policy to use entrapment.
Well, okay. I guess my thought of entrapment would be more along the lines of you're letting them try to find, their own thing. In my opinion, entrapment would be more along the lines of you're encouraging them to go find somebody, right? You're like, if I was at his house, I'm like, dude, let's go pick up a couple of 12-year-olds. Come on, man, you want to go do it? Let's go. You're encouraging him to go do those things, as opposed to just being somebody there.
Yeah, well, what they do is
filling that spot so some 14-year-old kid isn't actually going to be found by that person.
Yeah,
that person's already looking.
The things that he's citing is people that go on to, say for instance, I went onto Twitter posing as a 12-year-old and just posting out, fun shit that 12-year-olds will post up. Right. Not actively seeking them out, but just allowing them to come to me.
Right.
And that's what they do. And then, you know, they strike up a conversation, they have a chat, and if at some point these people turn around and they're like, oh yeah, send me pictures of you naked and da 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 da, you know, and then later they will use, the people that they're talking to tends to suggest, not the ones posing as the kids, but the other people tend to suggest, let's meet up. And that's when they go and catch them. It's very rarely does the person posing as a kid suggest meeting up. And those that do suggest meeting up, their evidence is very often inadmissible, and you know that the person that they were going to meet up with ends up walking.
Right.
So they don't do it that way.
Right.
And that's what I would, you know, when they start doing that, when they start saying, hey, let's meet up, or let's say they were to send an unsolicited, you know, picture, you know, naked picture or something like that, then to me, I would agree with you then, Di. That would be what I would consider entrapment, and that would be wrong. You know, you're, you know, maybe, let's say you did find this guy on Twitter and you knew what his thing was, to push that stuff on him just so he can be caught with, say, kiddie porn or you know, any of the other, you know, things, then that would be wrong. You need, you know, but if he is seeking it out, then I don't see that as entrapment. He's doing his normal behavior. You didn't do anything
Right.
to force him to do it. Then
It's a fine line, and I'm not arguing that point. What I'm saying is that, you know, there are predators out there, and something does need to be done. And this is a prime example of basically a wackadoo using social media to espouse a behavior that is, again, I will go back to, is sociably unacceptable. Okay. And he can cite anything he wants, and I'm sure there's some place in this world that will accept him. You know, and it's probably nothing but a bunch of 85-year-old women and men, you know. So, but my point is that there's got to be some place for this person to go. But in our society,
Guy?
yeah.
The place where it's acceptable is places like Syria, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, places like that.
Well, it looks like he could fit right in. Just a thought.
It's not acceptable over here.
Nope. As far as I know, it like I said, other than you know, on the rarest of occasions, certain societies have permitted the marriage of 14-year-olds that I'm aware of. In general, you're right. It's not acceptable, and so what do you do? I mean, like I said, he's trying to justify his own behavior based on society standards, and it's not going to fly. So, what do you do?
right.
You know, so I mean, we can talk about this, but that still doesn't resolve the issue that here's a person, and to me, there's enough information there that the police should be investigating him. I agree with you on that. You know, so, but is it happening? You know, so, and that's what I would want to know. You know, are the officials, if you want to call them that, you know, actually doing anything to locate this individual?
Well, that's isn't it? And it depends on whether or not people have reported him, whether they have, you know, whether they have found this information out about him and reported him, or whether or not the police have some other source that has pointed them in the direction of this guy. You know, he's not the only self-admitted pedophile on YouTube.
Right. Seems like a very silly thing to do.
Yeah, and sadly, their number is growing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, do you think that the as a concerned citizen, then who's responsible for reporting this guy?
Anyone that knows anything, anyone that can point the police in his direction, or anyone online that has, you know, in his direction, or anyone that thinks in the same way as he does, if they are able to provide evidence, then they should report him.
Okay.
That would be my line, you know.
I'm kind of playing the devil's advocate here because you know, he has opened himself up, as we all know, to possible, you know, legal actions. The police could come after him, all kinds of things, right? So we all know this.
Right.
So, and we know that the police have people out there that look for these kind of people. We all know that too, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, are the police finding him is my question.
Well, that's the question. We don't know. We don't know if the police are aware of him. They probably are now because his, you know, this video and a couple of his other videos have blown up massively on other social media outlets. And,
okay.
you know, and there's a lot of people talking about him and other YouTubers that espouse the same shit that he's talking about. You know, but then we also know that there is child porn fucking groups on Twitter.
Yes.
That aren't being dealt with.
Right.
Which I find really amazing because, you know, actually on Twitter, it doesn't surprise me being a bunch of bleeding heart liberals that think that that's okay. So, and they do.
Yeah.
You know, that's quite all right. You know, have child molesters out there, and because, you know, they're different. They're special people. Those special little snowflakes. So I don't know. You know, I knew I would not be able to contribute much to this rant of yours because it's like I said, it's the guy's a nut job. I mean, that's all there. It in the context of our society, the guy's a nut job. So anything that he says that's contrary to that, already he's already put himself outside the context of any kind of reasonable conversation that anybody could have. You know, Gary said it at the beginning, you know, that more than like we're all going to agree, one extent or another, that this guy is so far removed from the social context of society that he actually believes what he's saying, that, you know, pedophilia is just peachy. You know, so what do you do with somebody like that? The only thing I could say is, like I said, you take them out and shoot them. You know, of course, the bleeding heart liberals will want to put him in an institution for the rest of his life, but because they're going to rehabilitate him.
No, because they're fucking. There are many fucking far leftists that are also advocating for paedophilia to be normalized.
Yes, and
Yeah.
that just boggles the mind, doesn't it?
You know, so even then, you know, the far left is more likely to go, no, there's nothing wrong with him. He's all right. Let him out. Then, then a fucking reasonable, sensible person is sort of looking at it, looking at the fucking statistics of, what kids, the damage that it causes to kids, and, considers these things to be fucking abhorrent. It's just these kinds of people, and the people that I will defend his right not to get murdered in his back garden, but I'm not going to defend him or his views.
Oh, I don't. Why would you defend his right not
Because
to get?
we have a thing called due process, and when we start disregarding due process for one, it becomes easier to disregard it for other people, for other crimes. That's the only reason why I would defend his right not to get fucking lynched and hung up by
You start going down a slippery slope, and once you start going down that slippery slope, it's really hard to recover from those things.
I agree with you entirely. I would just wanted to see, being the devil's advocate here.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah.
Which
I'm not
helps
going
the conversation. And
Yeah.
I don't like to have to, keep bringing up the Muslim faith, but one of the things that I learned when I was in Afghanistan and was a bit disturbing to me, pardon me while I take a drink, was that, within their religion, it's improper to have sex with, somebody that you're not married to, and, blah, 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 blah. So, however, you find out that there are a lot of men having anal sex with a lot of young boys and girls. And,
because anal sex isn't classed as sex.
Right. That's exactly right. They don't see anal sex as sex, so it doesn't count.
Yeah.
They basically get off on a technicality. So
yeah, they're called something like baji boys and girls.
Well, they have two terms. They have let's see if I can remember it. Bachi balls and bacha badish, right? So one of them is receiving, and one of them is giving. I don't remember which one it is. If it's the bachi ball, I think it's bachi balls is the one receiving, and of course they look at that as, they use it as an insult, right? The guys, they joke around and use that kind of like an insult or whatever, that you're the one that, you're my bitch, so to speak, type of
Right.
thing, right?
The pitcher and the catcher,
right. So yeah, it's quote unquote accepted over there. And it's not just in Afghanistan; it's in that society and that religion. That's the way they look at it.
That's kind of why I brought up like Syria and Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. Is because that bachi boys, bachi balls.
Bachi balls, yeah.
I knew that was an incredibly common practice.
Right.
In those countries, and it's like I wasn't going to specifically say Muslim majority countries, but it is Muslim majority countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does that really surprise you?
No, it doesn't. Not in the slightest.
No, okay. And so, which also means it doesn't surprise me that you hear about, and I don't know how many, because I worry that some of the stuff that I see on social media, it not being accurate, but you hear about all of these supposed rapes and all this stuff by the migrants, as they like to call them, in Germany and Denmark and Sweden, France and all these other places, and they probably don't even see it as, well, I'm the man, so it's my right, and I get to do whatever I want.
That's right.
And
Exactly. And this is the rub. And I was mentioned this because of those. I don't know what you want to call them. I really don't, because it's for me it's incomprehensible. But I have brought this up before, and you're absolutely correct. These people see this as perfectly normal.
right.
And so how do you get so they're not raping anybody. They're not doing anything wrong.
At least in the guy's mind. I'm sure that the person on the other end isn't looking at it as, oh, okay, is it my turn? Okay, let me bend over for you.
They don't. You don't understand. They don't care about the other person.
No, yeah, no, that's why I said, in their mind, yes, but they obviously don't care. But that person that's on the receiving end definitely does.
Well, you would think so, yes.
Yeah,
But like you said, they're the man and they are the privileged.
right,
So therefore, in their society and in their mind, this is all perfectly acceptable, and they can't understand why Westerners just can't seem to understand that. And that's a scary idea.
right.
And then you've got people like this, who is basically advocating for the same thing that goes through those people's minds, and they're like, yeah, excellent. Let's help these guys along. Let's give them a bigger platform.
Right.
To spike this kind of thing, so that it becomes normal. You normalize it is the first step of causing people to accept it.
Right.
And when it's accepted, then they can get away with it. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why whenever I have something like this that comes up, I bring it up.
Right.
And I call it, and I say that this is not acceptable. I don't have a very big voice. I don't have a large following, and I don't have lots of people that see what I say on any social media outlet that I'm on.
Right.
But there's a few people that see what I say, and those people tend to pass on what I've said, and they call it out, and then the people that they follow see it, and they call it out, and, so it's like a ripple, and it's not a very big ripple. I don't,
No, it's not, but you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm always going to fucking see these things, and I'm always going to turn around and go, no, this is wrong. This should not be normalized. This should not be, this should not be something that we are entertaining as viable.
Acceptable.
So, yeah, and so, with this video that we're looking at now, the reason why I've brought it up isn't to say, well, his arguments are viable, is to turn around and go, no, you are fucking wrong. You are wrong. You know?
Right.
If
And again,
nobody stands up for it, then yeah.
And you're not going to get an argument out of me or Gary about that. So, because we happen to agree that it's just.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that someone that fucking stumbles across my program, my fucking video here, my stream and stuff like that, is going to agree. And if we can turn around and go, well, no, these are the reasons why you're wrong. These are the reasons why your argument doesn't hold water.
Yeah,
Then,
they're not going to be interested in. They're not interested in hearing our argument. They're only interested in confirmation of their statement. And this is where the rub comes in. I mean, this is a huge problem. And this is, and Gary touched on it briefly, okay, and is insidious as this is, what this gentleman is saying. There's a whole part of the world that agrees with him.
Yeah. You know,
A
and
whole section. So we have a dichotomy here uh, in our belief systems. And he should be, sent to, the Arab Emirates or wherever, and he could have his life over there. But it's not acceptable in this country, and I don't know where he's at. He doesn't say. I assume he's, because of his English, as bad as it is, he's an American. So
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
yeah, I think he is American. There was a concerted effort to find out where he is and dox him, so that everyone online can see where he actually lives and stuff like that. And again, I don't agree with doxing, so I don't agree with that. If you have that information, hand it over to the police and let the police handle it. Don't fucking, don't go for vigilante justice.
right.
Don't,
Right.
fucking,
No, I
and
agree
I
with you.
don't agree with doxing. And I'm not going to say, oh yeah, well, doxing's not okay, but in this case, doxing is absolutely fine. No. If you know this guy, and you know where he lives because you know him, or he lives on your street, fucking tell the police. But that doesn't mean you have to go out and fucking specifically search for him and try to fucking find his location and like send his location out to every fucker out there. I don't agree with doxing. And that goes for this, this guy as well.
Right. Well, do you have more of this nitwit, or?
Yeah, there's more to him. Not really, but there is more to his supposed arguments.
Well, he's having a rant, so that's how I see it.
So yeah, here is reason number 3.
Okay.
And he had like 5 reasons.
I like to use the claim that most pedophiles were abused during childhood. I swear to God, if I had a quarter for every time I heard this claim why pedophilia is wrong, I'll probably get $1 million. Swear to God, this is the most overused claim, and people do not back themselves up when they say this. They usually just flat out say it without backing themselves up, without estimate, stat, cite, anything. They really don't back themselves up. Now, the closest proof I can find is there's no proof of how much pedophiles are abused, really, well, at least to my knowledge, because I tried searching that shit up. I couldn't really find it in hard. But this article says, not really article, but facts, myth and fact site, that proves that most pedophiles are really not abused during childhood. Becker and Murphy, 1998, estimated that while 30% of sex offenders were sexually abused as children, 70% were not. Hidman and Peters, 2001, found that 60% of sex offenders initially reported experiencing sexual abuse as a child, but when given a polygraph lie detector test, the proportion dropped to 29%. This is that some sex offenders exaggerated early childhood victimization in an effort to rationalize their behavior or gain sympathy from others. Now, there are more reasons I can explain, but not right now because I got to think of the script for it. Why pedophilia is not mental illness, but I'm just going to make this, because I stated these reasons because these are my 3 main reasons why they're not a mental illness. Now let's go and move on to my last reason why pedophilia is not wrong. Number 3, why pedophilia is not wrong. People like to use the claim that children will get pregnant. Now, when I'm talking about pedophilia, people really don't get the pedophilia. They really don't. Pedophilia is attraction to prepubescent kids. Prepubescent means before puberty. You cannot get pregnant before puberty. If you get pregnant, then that means you're pubescent. You're not prepubescent. Prepubescent, you cannot get pregnant because you haven't even had your first period yet. You haven't had anything related to puberty yet. You're prepubescent. You're not going to get pregnant. You're just not. Your sexual organs are not ready to reproduce, which is the point of sex, is to reproduce.
Which is why you shouldn't be having sex with them, you dipshit.
Well, because even though they don't know what the fuck sex organs do. Do you know what sex organs do? Sex organs were made to reproduce. Nothing more, nothing less. Reproduce. Only thing it was made to do. It was not made for, oh yeah, you can have sex all you want when you're an adult, but when you're a child, it's gonna rip apart somehow. No, that's not how it works. If people have done research on it, they will find out that really the sex organs were made just to reproduce, live off your offspring. From a biological standpoint, that's what it was made to do. People like to use the claim that, oh yeah, just because something's natural, we should not really do it. True, true, true. But people also.
Alright, so, yeah. He makes the argument that paedophilia is prepubescent. It is not actually prepubescence. It's from the ages of 1 day old, 3 minutes old, whatever, up to the age of 16.
Right.
How many youngsters, young teens, are prepubescent at the age of 16?
I would have to say probably very, very few. By the time you're 16, you're well on your way going through puberty and probably done, or at least most of the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he's talking about prepubescence. Oh, it's prepubescent. No, it's up to the age of 16. Now, also, he sort of talks about kids' genitalia not tearing open because it's designed for sexual reproduction. Prepubescent children, their genitalia isn't fully developed. Therefore, it can damage, it can tear, it can fucking be irrevocably fucking hurt.
Right.
So to cite that as, oh yeah, it's fucking whatever. No, you are still harming the child. Even if it doesn't harm them psychologically, which is very fucking likely that it will harm them psychologically, you're still going to harm them physically because their body cannot cope with that kind of insertion.
Right. Well, and then to move into the idea of it's okay to have sex with them because they can't get pregnant. What? Like, how does that? How? How? Why should that make it okay? Like, it's so now you can just go, have sex with a 70-year-old woman, like rape her because and it's okay because she can't get pregnant anymore. Or if all the women that ever had a hysterectomy like wore a sign on their chest that said, "Hey, I had a hysterectomy," it's okay to just like rape them because they can't get pregnant anymore. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, you brought it up there right then. We are talking about the rape of children here.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Because even if that child, let's say the child's like 11, right? Even if that child's say 11 years old, 12 years old, whatever, and they think that yes, they want to have sex because they want the attention of that adult, and whatever, doesn't make it doesn't mean that they know what the hell they're deciding to do. They don't understand the consequences. They don't understand all the things that go along with it. Therefore, it is rape. You can't Somebody that age cannot make that kind of decision because they don't have the education and the experience to know that whether it's a good or a bad decision to make.
Yeah.
Therefore, they are not capable. And I'm pretty sure that they've this has become the case. If you were to give somebody a date rape drug that prevented them from saying no, and because of the fact that they can't say no, doesn't mean that they're also saying yes. Likewise, just because an 11-year-old is saying yes, doesn't mean that they actually are able to really speak for themselves and legally provide that kind of okay.
Yeah, and there's a reason why it's illegal, and
Right.
that's because they can't
Exactly.
an informed, they can't make an informed decision. They can't really, they don't really understand all the fucking little things that actually go into consent,
Right.
and understanding to actually consent.
Right.
It's like, the feminists very often turn around and say that if it's not, informed consent, then it's still rape. And in the case of paedophilia, I have to agree with them.
Right.
If not informed, if it's not an informed consent, then it's rape.
Right. The one thing that I will add to all of this is I think that although it doesn't happen near to the scale, even remotely close to the same scale, but there can be women who are pedophiles as well.
Yes. Yes.
And it's not, and I'm not saying that, any of us were making that argument, but, some of the other, like the site that he cites and that you shared, it's talking about, men being, whether or not they're born that way or whatever.
Yeah, it only speaks about men, and
Right.
you're absolutely right. Women can be pedophiles. Women can be rapists.
Right, exactly. And in fact, I was I was in the army with a guy that he got drunk, and we were at the enlisted club, and he disappeared. Basically, one of the girls in our company decided to walk him back, and he was so drunk, and he basically told me later, he goes, I would have never agreed to having sex with her, but he was so drunk, she got him down on the ground and had sex with him. She basically raped him.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever did anything about it, but basically that's what happened. He got raped. He more or less admitted it to us, but he didn't report it or anything like that, and it's like,
Well, he should have.
right, but
I know there's a lot.
that's the
stigma.
way a lot of men are, the stigma that comes along with them. Men are, definitely, it's definitely, the thing that women went through for decades, up until, and it's still that way for the most extent, as far as, shouldn't say anything and, all these different things, because then, people look at you differently or whatever. And it's almost, an absolute when it comes to men, it's.
Yeah, but women, and I know this from experience, women get so much more fucking support and are much less stigmatized if they are raped.
Right.
And I'm speaking from experience. I have, and I'm not going to go into details and, sort of say anything, but I have a friend who was unconscious. And it happened to him with his ex. And he was just like, I felt so incapable and so dirty and, so emasculated.
Right.
That I didn't want to tell anyone. I felt that everyone would judge me because it's happened. That shouldn't be true. It is, but it shouldn't be. We should have as many fucking organizations out there for men that go through it as there are for women. There should be just as much fucking advocacy for male rape victims as there are for women. And there isn't. There really fucking isn't.
And I don't think there ever will be.
No.
No, because it's deemed as fucking, men, it doesn't happen to men, or if it does happen to men, then he's done something that's put him in that position, and it's his fault, and we don't. America and the UK don't even have gender neutral rape laws. It's actually impossible for a woman to legally rape a man, not legally rape a man, but in the legal sense, to rape a man, because it's not in the laws.
Right.
Only a man can rape because of the way our laws are worded. A woman can't do it. That's fucking wrong.
Right.
Is this in Great Britain you're speaking of?
And the US.
No, no, women can be charged with rape in the US.
They call it forcible penetration, and it tends to hold a lesser sentence than flat out rape.
Okay.
It's basically on a par with sexual assault. So yeah, it's actually impossible for a woman to be charged with rape. It's forcible penetration, and it has a minimal sentence time of, I think it's like 3 months higher than a
sexual assault.
sexual assault charge.
Right.
Okay. I know there's some strange goings on in the law, so yes, it's not. And this is another thing, about the feminism. I know I'm off topic here a little bit, but
Sorry.
everybody wants their freaking equal rights until it comes to the fact that, hey, we're going to string you up.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, wait a minute, we don't want that. So.
Well, we've had recently a judge in the middle of a and it was sexual assault, forced penetration with an object, a GBH, mutilation, ABH. The list was fucking huge, and it was 2 young girls. And the judge presiding over their case turned around and said, I have to think of these 2 as a male to give them their judgment. That was the words the judge said. So, the judges, there is a predisposition to charge women with less jail time over anything, over any fucking crime. If a man and a woman commits the exact same crime in basically the exact same way, the man will get more time in prison than the woman will, if she serves time before.
That is an accurate statement. Yes, it is quite true that the women are not going to get prosecuted to the same extent, and I think that's unfortunate because they are capable of extremely heinous crimes and deserve the full wrath of the law.
Yeah, they do. There shouldn't be that disparity. That's disparity between the 2,
right?
Because women, in some cases, women can be a lot more vicious than men. A hell of a lot more vicious than men. When a woman really wants to put her mind to it, she can think up of some fucking god-awful ways to get back or to fucking attack someone else.
Yes, I agree. I'm not gonna. I can't defend the. And they say defend the fairer sex. If they're the fairer sex, then that's fine. But I have met some pretty nasty women out there. And it sounds like Mort's dying back there.
Yeah, it's alright. It happens. Smoking without good information. But yeah, so are you done?
I mean, come on, really?
Like,
Can
you
you go to
fucking
the,
die.
can you go to the fucking bathroom or something and do that? Go out in the hallway? Jeez.
It's alright. Cool. Yeah, this is usually why I kick him out into the bedroom.
There you go. I think you missed a prime opportunity there, dear. So.
Yeah, I think I will now, here or not. Yeah, in the stream or not.
Yes,
But
yes. He has little regard for the topic, obviously. So.
well, he said to me that he didn't want to join tonight, despite the fact that he initially confirmed that he would be joining us, because he doesn't want to override Sushikat Rants as, you know, basically more ranting more than I am.
Oh, you know, if he gets fired up, I could get fired up. We could all get fired up. You know, I have a fired up episode. You know, so
Those are the best episodes.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. You know, so why not, right?
Mm.
But anyway, yeah, you know, one of the things is because as old as I am, or because of my advanced years, I guess. I don't know what you want to call it, but anyway, I am less struck by the absurdity of people. Okay, and because of that, it's not that I have a higher tolerance for it per se. Is that I realize the absurdity of it. I think more than anything else, and it's like it's it's almost like this guy is saying this crap so that he can be noticed. I mean, he's got the desired effect. I mean, he's got, you know, viewers now, and he's got people commenting on him, and you know, all kinds of stuff. How valid is my statement? I have no freaking clue, and I'll tell you that right up front. But it would not surprise me, okay, that this guy has, you know, some other, he has an ulterior motive. Okay, I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, but even then, you know, they're saying something controversial or sort of fucking stupid, or you know, that just to get views or, you know, have people notice you and comment. And then there is the systematic fucking destruction of your future in the way that he's doing here, just to get
Right.
views.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely plenty of different ways to do and say controversial things to try to get views. I don't think I would choose this route. In fact, I wouldn't choose this route.
I don't think most people would choose this route. That's my point, is that why am I getting all these weird anyway? Yeah, so what I mean, maybe he doesn't have an ulterior, maybe he isn't bright enough to have an ulterior motive. Okay.
Right.
I mean, it's
fucking smart.
Yeah, he's just not that bright of a bulb. You know, I mean, if you think about it, he basically just confessed on public media that he's not only is he a pedophile, well, actually he did say it. So he actually has admitted that he has committed the crime.
Yeah, he admits, you know, and we don't have evidence of him actually doing anything with children.
We don't have to. We don't have to. He's confessed to it.
Yeah, I know he's confessed to it, but we don't have any evidence that he's actually done anything to children. At present, what we've got is him saying, I am a paedophile, I am attracted to kids between the ages of 3 and 12. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's actually done anything to kids between the ages of 3 and 12, or younger or older. You know, like I said, it's up to the ages of 16. You know? So
Well, how can he be an admitted pedophile if he hasn't committed the act?
Because what he's saying is that he has those feelings which makes him a pedophile.
Right. Just by the fact that he's attracted to 3-year-olds to 12-year-olds, that because he's attracted to them, that makes him a pedophile.
Okay, so yeah, because they can't fight back, so that makes sense.
Right.
So it's like, as I said, we don't have any evidence that he's done anything to any children. All we've got is him admitting that he has an attraction to kids between the ages of 3 and 12.
Right.
So he should be investigated. He should be locked up for a certain amount of time while they look into whether or not he has actually done anything with children.
Right.
Until they can actually ascertain that a crime has been committed, then, we shouldn't turn around and say he's touched kids, because we don't know that.
Okay. I'm good with that.
And this is another reason why I've said, I will defend his right not to get killed in his own back garden. Because at this point, we don't know that a crime has actually been committed. We can theorize. We can say it's probable or it's not probable. But until we've got evidence, we can't say for certain. And that's why I'm a believer in things like due process. That's the reason why I've said repeatedly, people should report it.
I'd still like to punch him right in the balls if I saw him on the street, though.
Well, that would be due process.
Yeah. Oh, I was just playing the Rackham game, or whatever the hell the kids call it these days.
Rock'em sock'em.
Man, in my waning years in the Army, that was the thing that all the young privates were doing is, they just randomly walk up and just tap each other in the balls. And you're just like, what the fuck are you doing? There's nothing fun about that.
Because that fucking hurts.
Yeah.
I can actually say that it hurts a woman as well. It's just a smaller target area.
Right, and I've heard that as well, but like, and they're like, and I just had to tell them, like, any of you fuckers do this to me, I swear to God, it's not going to be a tap you're getting back.
Yeah, really.
You're going to have to fucking, you're going to have to open up your lips to fucking massage your balls by the time I'm done with you, because it's going to fucking be right up there, buddy.
Yeah, okay. Well,
you have to part your hair to fucking take a piss.
Yeah, I will say it does hurt a woman quite a bit. We get cross-eyed too. It's just we have a much smaller target area because you have to kind of hit the clit.
Right.
Most of it doesn't hurt quite so much as, kicking a guy in the nuts.
Well, and the really kind of weird thing, and more if you're listening, you can confirm. Anybody else that's happens to be in chat, you guys can confirm as well. Usually it's the grazing shots that get you. When you just barely like graze the balls, that's when it really fucking hurts. It's always a surprise too, because you're like, they got me. Oh, and I'm down for the count. It's the hard kick. I mean, maybe it's because that's gonna hurt. I mean, yeah, trust me, it hurts. But there's it's a different feeling. It's the one is more kind of guttural and just full body, and just the full blow to the balls is just more just outright pain. It's just like boom. It's definitely a different feeling, and if by chance I had to, I'd rather just get the straight up kick and not the graze. It's kind of weird that way.
Sorry,
I have to take your word for it.
Gary, I'm not laughing at you. I got Mort's attention.
Yeah.
And as you were discussing it, he was kind of acting out the differences between the two planes. So Yeah, I have a feeling that you're on the ball with that one.
I was kind
Right.
of pantomiming it as you described it, and it was surprisingly concurrent with the words. You get that hot wash of pain and then it's over, or then you get the, oh, that hurts. Oh, God, I'm going to puke.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you heard me giggling as you were talking, that wasn't actually aimed at you. That was me laughing, pantomiming.
You know,
I
and
can however how you got from paedophilia to kicking people in the genitals.
Oh, I can explain that.
well, because they all need it, they deserve it.
Yes, thank you. You got it. Yes, they do deserve it.
Right.
And the problem is people are not getting what they deserve.
Definitely
But
not.
that's the fucking state of life, isn't it? Nobody ever gets what they deserve.
God, I hope I never get what I deserve. Shit, I'm in trouble.
And just once I'd like to get what I deserve. So
So, should we watch the last 4 minutes of this video?
Yeah.
can we take a break first?
Yeah, certainly. You can take a break.
Okay.
Cool.
Yes, it's
I'll
time to
meet
walk
you.
the dogs.
I mean, you guys out on the porch.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see if anyone was actually in the chat. No, nobody's in the chat. So yeah, anyone that is out there watching, I will be back in a couple of minutes. We're just taking a quick break. And I am back. And I'm sure the other two will be back momentarily. We'll be back directly. So yeah, he's got 2 links in his channel, along with a video citation. The other link he's got is criminaljustice.newyork.gov. So he can actually provide New York criminal information. So this is what myths and facts. 30% of sex offenders were sexually abused as children, 70% were not. Hindman and Peters in 2001 found that 67% of sexual offenders initially reported experienced sexual abuse as children, but when they were given a polygraph or a lie detector test, the proportion dropped to 29%, suggesting that some sex offenders exaggerate early childhood victimization as an effort to rationalize their behavior or gain sympathy from others. Now, I'm going to have to do a bit more research and look into the numbers regarding sexual attacks and and the likelihood of attacking other children as you get older. The cycle of deprivation is still a thing, and it does still happen. Although I can't say how frequent it is regarding sexual attacks on minors. So that's something that I'll have to look into. Now, I know the last time that I looked into this, from when I was talking to my college teacher about it, there was a much higher rate of sexual attacks on children being done by people that were sexually attacked when they were children. I think at that point, the study that I found said that it was in about the 50 to 60% mark were. So I'm going to have to take a look at that again and see what I can find. So I will probably look at that and post it up on Twitter with citations when I'm a little bit more sober. Although I'm not nearly as drunk as I was last time.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I was just saying that I'm not 100% sure on his citation for sexual offenses. It was a New York government website that he used as a citation.
Okay.
It's the 2 citations that he provided for the entirety of his video. I'm going to look into it because when I did actually look into it when I was going into college, and the numbers that I found are very different to the numbers that he's trying to cite.
I'm back.
New York.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Han.
Thank
So I'm going to actually take a look at the numbers of sexual attacks on children done by people that were sexually attacked as children.
Okay.
Because I'm not confident in his citation. Even though it is a government citation, I'm not confident in it. So I'm going to do further research. Well, I much prefer government citations to articles that have no basis in statistics and, just empirical facts. Fuck, I'm drunk. My mouth isn't working. It's like I have much more faith in government statistics and, federal statistics and worldwide statistics than I do in, oh, look, I found this article that says the same thing that I'm saying.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, I'm I'm going to look into it a bit more, because citing one place that's just what's the myth, what's the facts, kind of doesn't sit right with me when you're not actually providing, well, these are the statistics based on the number of people that were sexually assaulted. These are the number of them that were sexually assaulted as children, etc. You know?
Right.
Because the cycle of deprivation is a thing. It is fucking provably a thing. And it does happen. And for anyone watching that doesn't know what the cycle of deprivation is, it basically means if a negative thing happens to you or a positive thing happens to you, say for instance your parents live in abject poverty, you're more likely to be abjectly impoverished yourself. And it goes the same with crime, and it goes the same with things like being sexually assaulted as a child. You are more likely to sexually assault a child yourself. Now I'm saying more likely because it's not, you know, just because you were sexually assaulted as a child doesn't mean you will sexually assault a child yourself. It's just you have a higher chance of it, statistically.
Okay. That does make a bit of sense.
You know, particularly if it's an ongoing thing. Say, for instance, your creepy uncle ends up coming into your room every night because he lives, you know, down in the door, fucking room 2 doors down from yours. Then the chances of you thinking that that's a normal attitude, because that's what the cycle of deprivation is. It's basically thinking it's a normal attitude.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
So yeah, if that happens to you on repeated occasions, then you're more likely to think that it's normal and then go on and do it yourself.
Right.
You know, so if it's prolonged, more likely. So, shall we continue watching this dipshit?
Yeah.
Well, that was, I guess that's the topic, so I guess we should.
Still like to say, oh yeah, animals eat their own young. Does that mean we get to eat our own young?
I'm really sorry, but that line really gets me.
First off, I got a video right here. Go watch it. This is the reason why animals eat their young and their babies. The reason why. Now, this is the most reason why people like to say this, because, oh yeah, it is natural. That means we shouldn't do it. Just like pedophilia. No. We're not relying on our instincts no more. The reason why animals eat their young is because to protect them. That's what I heard in the video.
I'm sorry, I have to stop him there. The reason why animals eat their young is to protect them.
Yeah. I had the exact same reaction you have. How are you protecting your young by eating them?
And more when he first.
Then I
More,
suppose I should tell you I had to back that up and actually listen to it again, because when I heard that the first time, I thought I heard it wrong. So I actually backed that part up and went and listened to it again. So yeah.
It's like Mark, when he first heard that line, his response was, they're not doing it to protect them. It's a survival instinct because all of their food is fucking gone. They're not hiding their babies in their tummies because the big bad man is about to get them. They will fucking die. You're not protecting them by killing them, you fucking moron.
Right.
Fucking dying. I couldn't help it. Just that line. I'm sorry I had to pause it so fast, but animals that eat their young to protect them. Just what?
Yeah. I think you missed a specific point there, dude, because that's not how it works.
But it must be so, because he said so.
Right?
He does go on to say that it's a survival instinct for when food's getting low.
Right.
But yeah, it just Just fucking wow. Did you guys know that this is a scripted video that he's doing right now?
Yep. I couldn't believe that either.
Yeah.
How did he write that in the script and think that it was fucking smart? It's just, how did he write that in the script and not think that it was fucking stupid?
Yeah.
Well,
when-
this is
when
the
you,
part
like,
that I bring up
immediately-
about dumbing down of America. I think he just made my point for me. So
Yeah, because like, wouldn't you like immediately say, wait a minute, that's I kind of got that part wrong. I need to say that correctly.
Yeah, it's like, oh, no, hang on a second. It's to protect themselves when food is getting low. They eat their kids because they're
it seems like a good idea at the time.
Yeah, they eat their kids because they're starving, not to protect them.
Right.
So yeah, I'm going to continue the video. I just had to pause it there because I knew I was going to laugh at that bit. I just knew I was going to laugh then.
To protect him from animals or predators, and it's relying on instincts. We don't rely on instincts no more. We're not fucking gonna choose to kill a bear for survival. We can just literally go to the supermarket and buy food for survival. I really don't know why people use this. I really don't. Like, really, it's the most stupidest claim I've ever heard. Like, I know it's natural. Both of them are natural. Pedophilia is natural. Eating your young is natural. But eating your young is relying on your fucking instincts and protecting them from other predators. We don't need to do that. We got a lot of shit that can protect our children. Like, no one's gonna eat our children. We got a lot of shit. We got police guards. We got, like, people that are gonna defend you and help you. Those mothers out there, those animals, they have nobody but themselves, and they have to eat their babies just to survive. That is the main reason why they eat the babies, is to survive. And it's because of instincts. Instincts. We don't rely on instincts. We're not cavemen.
Sorry, Dad?
I'm just wondering if he actually listens to it. Did he listen to this afterwards? You know, so.
Right.
Wait,
I'm
he's
sorry. You know, I can't help it. The guy is such a moof. You know, I mean.
Yeah, if you look at the jump cuts, he's obviously edited this, so he's obviously listened to it.
Right.
You know,
I'd like to think that maybe you might want to cut that part out and say, instead of to protect their young, it's for their own self survival.
Yeah, self-preservation. It's called.
Right. That, yeah, there you go. Self-preservation.
yeah, when it's getting scarce, the first thing to go is the weak and infirm, and unfortunately, children come under the bracket of weak.
Exactly.
Well, they are a burden.
You know, so that's the first thing to get eaten is the kids.
With good reason. They're a pain in the ass anyway. Did I just say that?
It's like,
That's very true.
yeah, like, the guy doesn't advocate for pedophilia, but cannibalism of the children is perfectly acceptable.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Without a doubt. You have to put them to good use somehow.
Like, nutrients.
That's right.
I think I just
kind.
scream. But yeah, it's just this entire. I mean, his entire video, the arguments that he puts forwards in the entire video is
Lame.
yeah,
Or
pathetic. But this part of the video in particular is just like you've just completely lost any credibility that you didn't gain through this entire video.
Right.
You just lost it. You know, and it is a false equivalence for someone to turn around and say, well, if you're saying here is natural, you know, it's a false equivalence to say, well, so is eating your kids. That's also natural. So, you know, there's someone that says that is fucking idiot in and of themselves.
Right.
For saying that as a reason for, you know, to be against pedophilia. And again, I think anyone that's fucking listened to this stream is fully aware that I'm completely against pedophilia.
No, really? Are you serious?
You know,
I never got that impression for a moment.
you know, to say that, you know, it's like, oh, well, so's eating your kids. Should we start eating our kids then if we're going to make pedophilia, you know, an argument that pedophilia is natural? No. That's a false equivalence, and it's complete fucking bullshit. You know, it's a crap argument in and of itself.
Yep.
Right.
I think that's the only time I've agreed with him in the entire fucking video. Yeah, that is a shit argument.
Yeah.
Realize that, fucktards. Now, I know
I love that line, fucktards.
you might disagree with me on this, but this is just my opinion, and I'm just giving my fucking stance on this fucking subject because people are just too fucking stupid to comprehend shit. So yes, I'm sorry for insulting people, but it's just the truth. I'm sorry, it's the truth. But yeah, those are my 5 reasons, I guess, not 3 anymore, 5. 5 reasons why pedophilia should be legal, and it's not wrong. And I am a pedophile myself. I am attracted to children. Well, in the 3 to 12 range, but I'm attracted to children, and I'm not afraid to admit it anymore. I'm not going to hide anymore. I'm not fucking scared anymore. Like, really, I don't even know anymore. Like, come out open. That's the reason. That's how you get your message more across. If you come out more open. Like, if you just hide and scream, I mean, you're not going to get your points across that good. Trust me. Whew! I hope I made a good video for you guys.
I hope I made a good video for you guys. No. I'm sorry.
Actually, he did. He made a fine video for us because otherwise we would have had nothing to talk about today.
That's a fair point.
Right.
I'm sorry I'm so irreverent, folks, but you know, when you listen to a moron, okay, and that is what we're listening to here. You know,
Yeah.
Any way he wants to justify it, hey, that's fine. That's, you know, part of the way things are. Okay, and it's unfortunate circumstances like this that we have people that actually believe what this guy is saying.
Yeah.
All us poor fucktards. You know, we just don't have a fucking clue. That's why we're fucktards. I mean, come on. You know, so let's move on.
Well, those the articles and that I was that I brought up today, and I'm actually gonna stop the sharing. How, you know, like, oh yeah, if you like what I said, then subscribe to my channel and blah 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 blah. And if you want to make a video debunking me, then go ahead, but I'm probably not going to hear it. You know, that kind of shit.
Well, would you really expect him to hear it? I mean, you know what I mean? Did we lose somebody? What happened?
I just plugged my headset back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
To me, the guy is a nut job. Okay, and so I know I'm supposed to take this guy seriously about, you know, being a fucktard and his perspective of, God, I don't even know how to phrase it. His concept of how pedophilia is of some use to anybody besides himself, I guess, is where I'm coming from. Stuns me. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but let's take it from his perspective for a minute. Okay.
Okay.
So his justification is because he is a pedophile. Okay. That here's the reason why he shouldn't be persecuted. Okay, and these are what he cites as his examples. All right. So, okay, I can go with that. We'll let's just take that at face value for a moment. Okay. The rub that comes in almost immediately is that other than other pedophilias, is anybody going to agree with this guy? So we're already starting off with a negative flow, if you want to call it that, or however you want to phrase it. Okay, so where does he go from here?
Well, the next thing is that, you know, that all of these videos, like the one that he's making, like the one that cult of something, and I can't remember the last bit. The articles on websites like Jezebel, and you know, websites like that, and you know, there's been articles in newspaper, you know, online newspaper organizations like the Independent, that have been talking about, and I'm going to quote the title of one such video, virtuous pedophiles. And what they mean by that is pedophiles that haven't, well, supposedly haven't had sex with children, you haven't raped children, but that still have the sexual desire for minors. You know, and it's these kinds of things that are normalizing it so that, you know, it will become acceptable. And the thing that, you know, the thing that I've been noticing with it is these articles are coming out about the same time as we've had a dramatic rise in attacks on minors, you know, on sexual attacks on children.
Right.
You know, so if they can normalize it, there's no problem. The crime statistics go down because once something has been normalized, you know, that goes a long way into getting the general population into accepting it. So if it becomes normal, people will accept it as normal, and the crime will go down because it won't be a crime anymore. And that's what the goal of these people is to normalize it so that it will become accepted, so that it'll you know, it'll end up with people accepting it.
Well, I suppose anything is possible. But I if I guess I'm of the opinion, if they actually believe that they can normalize it, which is what you're saying here, or at least that's the way I understand it.
That's what they're trying to do, is trying to normalize it. Whether they succeed or not is up to the people that don't accept it.
Well, right. That's up to society as a whole. So let's just assume for a moment, though, that you're right. Let's say they get it normalized. What will that say about our society as a whole?
Nothing good. That's for damn sure.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing good at all.
You know, the age of consent has steadily been going up since the Middle Ages. So if for us to normalize it, to not cause a fuss and call these people out and these articles out and stuff like that, you know, to see these articles and not be disgusted because you're seeing these articles everywhere and it's just becoming normal and common for you to see them.
Accepted practices, yes.
Yeah, you know, we will be regressing as a society. We will be going backwards. rather than forwards.
Okay. So
And I
Islam will
don't.
get their way.
Yeah, they will. That's what
Amongst
they
other
want.
things, right?
That's something that they want. But it's like our society will be going backwards, and it will be much, without us being cohesive, and without us standing for the morals that we have as a Western culture, no matter if we're in the USA or Canada or England or Australia or Germany or France, whatever fucking country you're in, without us standing up and saying, no, this is wrong, I'm not going to accept this, and standing by our morals and standing by the things that we believe in as members of the Western world, members of, the first world countries, then we're going to end up without our culture. Our culture is just going to be subsumed. We're going to end up without our morals and our values still being our morals and our values. They're going to be dictated to us by an invading force, because it will be easier for the invading force to come in and invade us. We
Right.
have to keep calling these things out. We have to keep sticking with our morals and sticking with our ethics. Because if we don't, we allow these people to gain a large following. We allow these people to dictate to us what we should think is right and wrong, because it becomes normal, it becomes acceptable. Damned
Yes.
are that damned are fucking our morals and our ethics and the things that we were raised upon, they don't matter anymore, because we've
No, they don't.
chosen to be quiet.
Right. Agreed.
And you're right. And we will lose it because we are quiet.
And I'm done being quiet. It's the whole reason why I started this channel, was that I was done being quiet. I saw shit that I couldn't just stand aside and just let go. I had to talk. I had to fucking open my mouth and give my opinion. And it might be an opinion that is worth absolute shit. It might be utter bollocks. But I had to speak.
Yes, I understand that.
And I think, if the people that have strong morals, no matter what those morals are, they have to stand up and they have to speak for what they believe in and what they think
Well, one would hope so.
is. We can't be silent. We
But
can't
that's
just.
what but that's what they're telling us that we must be.
No. I don't care that they're telling us that we must be silent. We can't be. If we're silent, we accept these things, because that's where it's going to end up.
You're absolutely correct. And like I said, this is what they want. They want us to stay silent. We're not supposed to have an opinion. This is why Trump won. And people don't seem to even grasp that concept. People are truly afraid. And there is going to be a civil war.
Yeah.
And I truly believe it.
And we've kind of talked a little bit about this, last night or last week, or maybe in between or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We have become so polarized, between the right and the left, and it's if you look at the elections where when Bush got elected, and then now Trump, you're talking about pretty much a 50-50 split on where things are. Now, what happened and how it was even remotely possible that Obama got elected, at, especially with the numbers, the only thing I'd say is the people that was running against him were definitely not the right people. They should have, they weren't the right candidates. But that doesn't change the fact that as a society, we've become so polarized between the right and the left, and the liberals and the conservatives. So because of that polarization, it's going to come down to, unless something changes to that helps bring us, more of a united peoples, it's going to turn into a civil war. It's going to get much uglier than what it currently is before it ever gets any better. And that honestly scares the shit out of me that we're, everything is pointing to going that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you can understand from my perspective that these people, and this guy is just one of many sick SOBs that are out there, okay, that are going to literally demolish this country. And I truly believe it. I mean, I can't.
But not just, not just the US. It's going to be the entirety of the Western world.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I was
it's like-
definitely including, basically Western society. The Western world. Our society, because by and large, the society that we have in the United States is pretty. I mean, it's all pretty close to what's in the UK and Europe proper, and all of that stuff. It's pretty much the same, more or less the same society. There's probably kind of favors one direction or the other depending on what country you're talking about or whatever, but the society as a whole is pretty much the same.
Well,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, our heritage is from, primarily. I mean, but Europe,
Right.
and the societies that are, and I don't know if I want to say it this way. The societies as a whole, there is something seriously, from my perspective, okay, seriously flawed with people's behavior. Okay, and when I say that, I mean as far as, for instance, what's going on with, Trump winning the election. Okay, I understand that the liberals do not like the alt-right, or alt-left, I mean, do not like Trump. Okay, I understand that. I didn't like Obama. Okay, and I made my opinions of Obama very clear. And there was repercussions. And so in the people that I talked to, we kind of agreed not to talk about it, okay, because we couldn't come to a common point of reference, okay. So now here we are, we're talking about basically the same thing, and it's, we're wrapping it up in the, because the pedophilia, okay,
Right.
and trying to normalize it and saying, yeah, this is okay, this is acceptable. The problem is, it's only acceptable to those, at least from what I can see, okay, that are either alt-left, okay, or pedophiles themselves. Because I can't see how anybody else could, in any reasonable context, agree with the premise that behavior is okay. Okay, I mean, it's beyond any kind of rational thought, is what I'm saying. So where do you end it all? I guess is the question that I have. How do you get these people to understand that what they're subscribing to is eventually the failure of our country?
Well, I think, the Western countries and that, we need to go back to more traditional values. We really do. We need to go back to our traditional morals. We need to go back to our traditional values. We need to call out and not stand for these people that are making the or trying to make these things normal. And we should go back to, even down to things like the actual traditional families and stuff like that. Family is important. It's taken me a long time to learn that, but family is important, and we need to have our families around us. We need, we need that kind of thing.
But the thing
And
is that most people, to a lot of people, I should say, right? Not most, but a lot of people, they have no family values.
yeah, we need to go back to having family values. We
But
need
how
to
do you
go
go
back.
back to something? But how do you go back to something you never had?
Well, society had it. I think that's where Cat's going.
Yeah, it's like,
Not the
overall,
individual people here and there. Where they are today. They need to go back to something that they had because as a society, that's being lost.
yeah, and our traditional values are being lost. And that's making it easier for people with these kinds of views to slip in and to sort of write articles and make videos about these kinds of things and not be quite as vilified and shut down. And I'm not saying shut them down, but as I have said, that he has every right to speak his views. But it's like, this shouldn't be something that we're sat here, that is in any kind of debate. And at the moment, these kinds of things is apparently in debate because there are people promoting it.
Okay, so
There are people, and it's not just the fringes. Like, this guy is fringe. It's actually news outlets. It's that there's whole fucking endorsed things written by people on that the government would have some degree of control over.
To play devil's advocate, and that's purely where this is coming from. So, please play along.
okay, I can do devil.
So somebody could make the argument, and without having any evidence to this, but I'm going to make the argument that the reason why people are able to or are now voicing these opinions in a public forum, and you're hearing about it, and it's potentially becoming more accepted, or they're not ostracized and all those things, is because of the um, increase in social media compared to, let's say, 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. Obviously 15, 20 years ago, you're not going to find anybody um, you know writing news articles or magazine articles or any of those things, getting on a news television news broadcast, or any of those things, spouting off these types of things. Potentially there could be some yahoo someplace maybe doing a speech and trying to hold a rally or something, but you didn't hear of them just because there wasn't that medium for them to use to be able um, to put that information out there. Do you think that would be a viable argument?
I think that would, with the number of people that can get in contact with other people using social media. And, as I've said before, I think it was in the last stream where people gravitate to like minded people, whether that be cultural.
Right.
And they can find each other on social media.
Well, yeah, social media has a huge part in this. Okay. Kat, you're breaking up something terrible.
All right, am I back?
Yes, You're back.
All right, yeah. So they congregate together, and when they've got a large enough number of people saying the same things, they gain the confidence to go out to an even wider group of people.
Yes.
and then stuff like that, and say these kinds of things. And like I said, it goes back to normalizing it. If enough people are saying these kinds of things, people sort of go, oh yeah, well, it's just not another one of those stories. I'm tired of talking about that now, so I'm just going to ignore it.
Right.
And if enough people sort of sit back and ignore it because so many people have the confidence to say it, then like I said, it goes back to normalizing it. Social media is a crutch for doing that.
And these people definitely get emboldened, right? Just the fact that he can put a video out on YouTube and admit that he's a pedophile, by desire, if nothing else, right? He didn't admit to actually raping anyone or any of that stuff, but by desire and attraction, he is a pedophile. So, and essentially, in my opinion, his video is advocating for and justifying pedophilia.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely, without a doubt.
I still struggle. I do agree that people should have the right to free speech. I definitely agree with that. However, one of the things with free speech is that speech, that ability should not be something that can cause harm to other people.
No, and I think if he was turning around in his video and saying things like, oh yeah, we should all be going out and doing this with kids, and it's like, and I'm gonna do it, and I tell all of you to go and do it as well. I think in that regard, then that is inciting violence, and that is against free speech.
But I would take it. Yeah, but I would take it a step further, though. By him putting that out there, it's like I said, he's advocating for it. So it's as if he's telling everyone that, hey, it is perfectly okay to go out here and do this. And somebody that's maybe sitting on the fringes going, well, I am attracted to 8-year-olds, but I'm not going to do anything about it because it's definitely not legal. And, I am of a mind that I'm not going to do anything that's illegal. Oh, well, this guy's telling me that it's not illegal or should not be illegal and it's not wrong. I now, kind of goes back to the previous discussion that we had earlier. When you get somebody actually telling you that it's okay and encouraging you to do these things, it causes more confusion and more action by other people. you know, and that person that might have been kind of, you know, had some sort of self-control, potentially this guy's video might
Push them
pull away
over the
those
edge.
inhibitions, and next thing you know, that person's going to go out and rape some child. And you know, just by this one video, you know, who knows what happens. Hopefully nothing other than this guy getting investigated and potentially thrown in jail, you know. But that possibility is out there, in my opinion.
Yeah, but another thing about, you know, his particular video is that, you know, he's opened himself up and he's opened up his arguments to critique. And, you know, someone's going to go and they're going to find his video and they're going to take a look at his video and they're going to see that the dislike ratio to the like ratio is, well, he's got 60 likes on the video and he's got like 25,000 dislikes.
Right.
You know, and they're going to look at that and then they're going to look at, you know, they're going to go and look at other videos talking about the topic and they're going to find other people talking about his video and turning around and going, no, this is fucking wrong, this is bad, you know. So that could reinforce the idea that no, I shouldn't do this.
Right.
So, you know, in that regard, I don't think that his video, you know, he's not, yeah, he's sat there going it shouldn't be illegal and it's not wrong, but at no point does he actually specifically say you should go out and do this. You should be fucking children.
Right.
And he's opened up these things to talk about, and once again to reiterate that it is fucking immoral and it is a disgusting thing to do to anyone. So in that regards, his video can cause people to not, you know, if they're sat on the fringe and going, well, I am attracted to 8-year-olds, but I'm not going to do something against the law, they're going to see this backlash that he's got, because he has got a hell of a lot of backlash for these videos.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I don't know. I just kind of look at it as knowing some of the shit that YouTube takes down. I'm a bit surprised they don't take this down. It kind of takes me to that point of, you know, this discussion we've been having for several months about YouTube. You know, it's like you guys just aren't getting, you know, their help pushing that envelope of, you know, more leftist, you know, extreme type stuff, and it's just like, you know, you guys pick and choose your things just way too much. You know, you let some shit go by that shouldn't be allowed, you know.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look hard enough, you can find, you know, really fucked up shit on YouTube.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, not just this, but you know, you can find all sorts of fucked up shit on YouTube.
Right.
You know, that I think it's got a lot to do with the, you know, and I've mentioned it before about the analytics and stuff like that. It's got a lot to do with that. You know, something ends up with high analytics, ends up being seen by people, and it has, quote, fucking hateful information in it, or it's inciting violence, or it's doing X, Y, Z, then YouTube is going to find it, you know, and actually remove it a lot faster. And, you know, I don't know whether or not this will be removed, or, you know, if his channel will be shut down or anything like that.
What's the date on it?
October 25th, 2016.
Well, if
But
they were going to take it,
it's only been this last week where it's really come to light.
I wonder why that is.
I mentioned a YouTuber by the name of Suit Yourself earlier in regards to safe schools. He found it, and he sent it to a few other people that he knew, and was just like, this is fucking sick, and I'm going to do a video on this. Guys, you might want to take a look at it, and that's how it blew up.
Okay.
You know, and that's how in the last week it's ended up so fucking prevalent. And
Well,
I'm gonna have to link to Suit Yourself's videos in the description.
Well, I'm sure you can understand my kind of. Now maybe you can't. This is our society, and I'm kind of there with Gary about the devil advocate thing. He is, in a way, has provided a service by being such a dipstick and bringing this out as controversy. And when you think about it, think of the number you said. How many people gave him a thumbs up? You know, I mean, it's a very small number actually, but
60 people have given it a thumbs up, and sorry, I was reading the number of views. 6,953 people, as of this video, has given it a thumbs down. 26,755 people have viewed his video.
okay. Very small numbers when you think about it in the context of the globe, you know. So maybe that's why, you know, Google really isn't interested in yanking the video. It's small potatoes. I don't know, but the point that I wanted to make is that this has a visceral reaction with people, okay, of right and wrong. So, and you're going to be on one side or the other. So the people, and like the three of us that are having this conversation, think this guy is a nut job and should be put away. Conversely, there were 60 people out there who apparently agree with him. And I'm for locking all of them up. The fact of the matter is that in any society, and it doesn't matter whether it's here or in, you know, Kabul, it doesn't matter. Okay, whatever society states, quote, as the norm, and this is what your concern is, Kat, I think, is that eventually people will be anesthetized to nitwits like this, and it will become acceptable. Am I getting that right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't agree with this becoming acceptable.
No, I would think not. But Mike, I wanted to make sure I understood your perspective. Okay. So, and we all seem to agree that it's not acceptable. So, my question is, okay, what do we do?
Well, you know, that's why I'm, you know, that, like I said before, it's the reason why I made this channel, is that, you know, I couldn't stay silent anymore. And that's what we have to do. We have to turn around and say, no, this isn't acceptable. I don't agree with this. These go completely counter to my morals and my person and everything that I believe. We have to call it out. We have to bring light to these things and condemn it. Because if we don't, if we turn around and go, well, yeah, it's just another one of those videos. Well, I don't really agree, but I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna make a big song and dance about it, and I'm not gonna fucking call it out or anything like that. You know, that's just going to end up causing these kinds of things to be acceptable because people stop talking about it. People stop arguing it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And you're right. People have to take a stance. Now, the question that comes to my mind, and this is the thing that I was talking about earlier about the bleeding heart liberals and whatnot. They're the ones who is going to find this acceptable. Okay? the alt left, I guess. I don't know. You actually used a phrase, and I don't remember what it was exactly. To kind of
I either call them regressive left or I call them far left.
regressive. Yes, you called them regressive, and I'm not sure how you're using that term. So
They go backwards.
They like to refer to themselves
Segregation.
as progressive, but in reality, they're
Yeah.
actually regressive.
Yeah, it's like segregation is a good thing. Fucking lynching people because of some arbitrary reason is a good thing. There are members of the regressive left that are genuinely calling for complete segregation, for fucking full-on attacks of people for various fucking really minor arbitrary reasons. Basically how America and certain parts of the Western world treated black people, that's how they now want to treat people. That's why I refer to them as regressive, because they are advocating for those kinds of things. Back when,
which by itself,
you have like
yes,
you have like the apartheid and stuff like that, and they're like, oh yeah, well, we're just going to rebrand it and call for it again. That's what I mean by regressive. They are going backwards.
The reason I guess I don't quite see how that's applicable, but okay. But let's just think about it in the context that this, what you were talking about just a minute ago, about this being, quote, becoming so blasé that it becomes acceptable. And there's a genuine concern for this kind of nonsense. I mean, come on, let's call it what it is. These are a bunch of freaking nut jobs. I mean, and I don't think, and I honestly, I don't believe that anything said or done by us, unless there is some kind of absolute over the top type reaction, will we see anything come of it?
No, but if enough people start making a stand and start making their voices heard, then there will be a over the top reaction. There will be a lot of people turning around and going, no, this isn't acceptable. We're not accepting this. Look at Brexit. Look at the number of people that basically said, no, we're not sticking with the EU. The EU is a failed experiment. We're not doing anything with it. Look at Trump being, made president. It's the same idea. Enough people stood up and went, no, fucking stop. We're done with this. That they fucking changed things.
Right.
And, it's the same with this. If enough people stand up and stop just looking at it as a, oh, well, I'm not going to say anything because my voice is so small, I won't make a difference, then nobody will ever stand up and say anything.
Well, you're quite right, because most people aren't going to stand up and say anything, and it's an unfortunate truth about our society as a whole. And because they don't want to get involved, or they don't want to cause dissension. But I think what it's coming down to, and I could be totally wrong here, is that we have a group of extremists now on both sides, and it's push is going to come to shove, is what I'm saying. And the alt, I'm going to stick with the alt left, just because me, I get confused easily.
Yeah, it's easier to say the alt left and the alt right.
Yes. The extremes on either side is not the norm for our society as a whole. Unfortunately, uh, it is now becoming the norm. And so this is what we're seeing in the politics. And this is not just here in the States, but this is everywhere where this is occurring. And I truly believe that it's going to get a whole lot worse before it ever gets a whole lot better. And you're right, Tad. People need to stand up and be held accountable. And they're not going to like it.
No.
So,
And I agree with you that, things are going to get worse before they get better. And then the pendulum is going to swing and things are going to go the other way. And we're going to end up with conservatism being pushed really fucking hard because the far left has had such a monopoly on things like the media, on things like politics across the Western world, stuff like that. That it's going to go the other way, and the pendulum is going to swing the other way, and it's going to be conservatism, and conservatism is going to be it's going to end up oppressive because it's going to go that far way as a pushback to what the liberals, the far left, are doing now. And then we're going to have another push with the liberals, and it's going to go back the other way. The pendulum is going to keep swinging from one extreme to the other, and there's going to be this nice little period in between where things are pretty chill.
Leastwise, we hope so.
I don't see the pendulum just like going straight to the other side immediately. It's gonna swing at a gradual pace, and then it's gonna swing back to it's gonna swing back to the left. After people are sick and tired of conservatism.
Right.
Oh man, Gary, don't tell me you agree.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, right?
Yeah, and I've said to Gary a few times, when we've been talking on Discord or we've been talking on Twitter and DMs and that, just because right now the far left is in the spotlight and it's the thing that people are riling against, doesn't mean that we shouldn't be concerned about what the alt-right and the far right are doing, because that's going to be the norm in 10 years.
Yeah, you could be right. You could be right about that. So, but I really believe that there's going to be like a renaissance of what I call moderate conservatives, because of what's going on. And I mean, I could be totally wrong. I'll be the first to admit it. But one of the things that that has happened over the years, and like I said, I could be wrong, but I really believe that the people as a whole realize that there is something definitely squirrely going on, and how much are they willing to put up with? Well, that's a darn good question. I don't have the answer to, but I do believe that the people as a whole will come around and rethink the process. And I think that the fact that Trump got elected proves the point, because Obama, regardless of what everybody keeps claiming he did, it certainly hasn't been proven to me. Let's put it that way. Okay, so if he supposedly did all these things that the Democrats are claiming, and they're claiming how incompetent Trump is, then when you think about it in those terms, how the hell did he get elected?
Right.
Yeah, and one of the things about Obama being elected twice is that many people that voted for Trump also voted for Obama. But I think one of the things, I think one of the things that attracted people, and it was certainly, particularly when Obama was first elected, it was one of the things that attracted me to him was after George Bush Jr., he seemed intelligent. It's like, holy shit, you've got a smart president. Been a fucking while, and that was one of the things that attracted me to Obama.
Okay.
Was that he actually seemed smart, which was a nice change because George Bush Jr. really didn't seem that smart.
Fair enough.
So,
I mean, I can see where you could come up with that.
Right.
And yeah, so, and then, he brought in some of his policies, and I spoke to some of my American friends about them, and they were just like, this is hell. This hasn't helped us. This has really fucking hurt us.
You never,
so it wasn't. Sorry, go on.
It's it's not gonna be good when immediately you start blaming the guy before you for everything that went wrong, and you continue with that mantra for years and years and years.
Yeah, I mean, you might very well turn around and go, well, this was a policy enacted by the previous president and et cetera, and, right at the very beginning.
Right.
But to continue it on for a full 8-year term, you're like, well, you've had 8 years.
Yeah, everybody admits that it agrees it's kind of a stretch there, So.
Yeah, I mean, when do you stop blaming the guy before you and, accept the fact that, something that you did wasn't working and made no work, no improvements. And then to try to just hide the fact that all of your policies were pure shit and what they accomplished and why they didn't try to do something different, I have no idea. But, something as simple as, the unemployment rate. So we just slowly start, and it's been happening for years, but Obama accelerated it and expanded it by changing how they count the people that are unemployed.
Yeah, you know what? The Tories done something similar with poverty.
Right.
Yeah. So they were like, oh yeah, we're going to get X amount of children out of poverty by, oh no, say 2014. I can't remember the exact date. And they were failing to hit that deadline. So would you like to know what they done?
They just changed the level of what poverty is considered?
No, they changed the definition of poverty.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, they changed how they defined poverty so that they actually met their deadline.
Well, that works. Come on, that's called creative, thinking outside the box.
And the other thing that they done was they were trying to combat unemployment rates. So what they done was they forced people onto workplace placements that were, well, that was a major balls up. But what it done was, while you're on a workplace placement, you couldn't be classed as unemployed. So it was described as modern day slavery because people were working for nothing. It was
Right.
they were legally working for nothing.
Yeah, that's pretty much yeah. Yeah, that's
That's
pretty
pretty much what they did here.
right, right. You know,
They put people on work programs that paid minimum wage, if that, and then said, "Oh yeah, well, so we have all these gainfully employed people." But what they didn't tell you is that very shortly they would become unemployed.
right.
So the next thing you know, here's all these people running around going, "Oh, look at this, look at this." Well, if you're on a work program that only lasts, let's say, 3 months, 90 days, you're off the unemployment rolls. Well, here's the rub. So when you go back on the unemployment rolls, there's this little phase-in thing that goes on. So the numbers are constantly skewed, and of course, your benefits are now disrupted. So when you,
Yeah.
if you do get your benefits back, but you can't get your benefits back because in the United States, unemployment, or at least in the state of Illinois, is based on employed quarters. Well, you only work 90 days, you don't qualify.
Yeah.
You know,
So
so I mean, it's just a bunch of horseshit.
Well,
yeah, I
what
mean,
they,
because another thing that they do is they don't count you because you know what happened was a lot of people they were they became unemployed, you know, and so they claim their unemployment, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And then as they had spent so much time being unemployed, they no longer qualified. You know, they exceeded their time that they could accept or take the unemployment. So what they did was they're like, oh well, those people don't count anymore. And a lot of people just stopped looking for jobs. So unless
Right.
people were actually going to some organization, whatever it was, and whichever ones they counted, unless you were actually actively going to those organizations trying to find a job through them, you know, you're just like, screw it. You know, I can't find a job. I've tried. I can't find anything, so I'm done. If you were one of those people, you didn't get counted as being unemployed anymore. You know, that
Right.
doesn't count. You know,
Right. You
so
get dropped off the rolls, and that's the end of it.
right.
Like you
And Obama
cease
was
to
the first
exist.
president that started doing that. Like, oh well, we just won't even count those people. So all of a sudden, you know, hey, look, every time you turn around, the unemployment number comes down. Doesn't mean the actual employed number is going up. And they don't tell you, like, they'd say, oh, look, there was 125,000 new jobs created last month. But they don't tell you how many jobs were lost during that same period. You know, like,
Right.
is it a positive number overall? They wouldn't tell you those things. When you start going looking, it's like, oh, 125,000 new jobs, but there was 120,000 lost. So really, it's only a net gain of 5,000 jobs nationwide. Congratulations, you're kicking ass, dude. Like, really? That's
Yeah.
pretty messed up.
and the other thing that the Tories enacted, and I don't know if you had a similar thing over there, was 0 hour contracts went up by I think it was like 50% odd. And you know, the 0 hour contract that's basically unemployment by the back door.
Right.
What's the-
Right.
What it
I don't
does,
understand what that is.
right? A 0 hour contract. You get signed on with a company,
Okay.
and what they do is they sign you on, but they only pay you the hours you work, right? Which is
Okay.
absolutely fair enough. That's
Right.
how it should be. You should get paid for the hours you work.
Right.
But
But
you're
then they
assuming they're
have,
going to give you some work.
yeah, you know, and what they don't have any obligation for giving you any work.
Ah.
So your contract has 0 hours written on it because that's what they are obligated to give you is 0 hours.
Well, that's pretty.
Quite a
shitty.
deal there, huh?
That's
Yeah,
a great
so
deal.
you get taken off the unemployment register, but you're still not guaranteed any work
Yeah.
because
That's
what
pretty
they'll do
awesome.
is what they'll do is they'll go, right, we've got 3 hours worth of work to go and do this job. Who wants it? And they'll text that out to, I don't know, say 8 people. And the first person that texts back is the one that gets the job. And that will be at like 8 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. And you need to be there for like half an hour later.
Right, right. Well, they do the same thing in this country, a little bit different, but it's basically the same.
Right.
And this has been going on for years here too, Gary. So it's not just that Obama did it. He did do some very creative work with the numbers, though. I have to give him credit for that.
Yeah, those are the types of things that he did. Because he was trying to say, look at how great the economy is. But if you look at um, the actual employed, uh, you know, the actual employed citizens or people compared to previous numbers, they didn't go up at all. And then you also look at the how much the cost of living went up compared to what the average family's income, what it did.
Right.
It basically stayed stagnant, and the cost of living, went up greatly. And I mean, there's a lot of things that you can kind of point to that caused that. Obviously the recession is one of them, but you know, um, there's got a few other things that I feel is probably a likely cause. One of them being the increase in minimum wage,
Yeah.
because the moment they increased the minimum wage, and this was several years ago, I think it was even when Bush was in office. They increased the minimum wage, a couple dollars. I don't even remember what it was, but immediately the cost of everything else went up. Like everything across the board just started getting more and more expensive.
Right.
Yeah, well, that money's got to come from somewhere.
Right. And they just think that it's just like magic that, oh, well, the companies themselves, they're just going to make less profits. No, that's not how it works. They're still going to, especially if it's a publicly shared company and they have stockholders, and, those stockholders are going to demand a certain level of profits. They want to have that profit level. So the company's going to do whatever it has to maintain that profit level, which is either going to be, decreasing the workforce, or it's going to be decreasing the expenditures, or it's going to be increasing the prices for your products or your services. And for the most part, we got increasing the cost of the products, and all of that trickles down to everybody else.
Right, and it's going to get even worse because this is over their wage increases over the next 5 years. So on the minimum wage. So what's going to happen is that we're going to constantly, and this is going to push this economy of ours into the red.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be sustainable.
Right.
Because the prices, they're going to jack up the prices to the point where the average person, because they haven't gotten their increase yet, they're not going to be able to afford this stuff.
No, exactly.
And
that's where the whole idea of $15 an hour for minimum wage, to me, and I understand that there's some adults that are out there working a job that all they get paid is minimum wage.
Yes.
But the way I look at it is, any job that pays minimum wage, that is not a career type job. That is a starting job that you do to maybe learn job type skills, and you only work that job long enough until you can get to a job that pays you decent money.
Well, not only that, with the
I'll be back
increase. Okay. Yeah, with the increase of with the increase of minimum wage, you're going to go from, say, for instance, earning 21 grand a year to 25 grand a year. Your tax bracket is going to be the higher bracket,
Right.
which means you're going to be earning less overall.
Because you're going
For
to be paying more taxes.
yeah, and then it's like the idea of, well, can you afford? I saw this little pictographic, and it was right. You can afford the milk right now. Okay, well you're earning, I don't know, say $13 an hour.
Right.
That's because you're in this tax bracket and etc. etc. You think you'll be able to earn more. You think you'll be able to buy more.
Right.
With your tax increase. Okay, well, let's work out the numbers. It goes through and works out all the numbers, and it goes, right, you're now in this tax bracket, which actually means that what you were paying for your milk, you're now not earning.
Yep.
So now you can't afford your milk.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I've seen. I think I'd seen a similar thing, and it's actually pretty humorous. And it's another thing with like minimum wage jobs. I don't know if it's this way in the UK, but a lot of minimum wage jobs are worked by like high school kids and college kids.
Yeah,
They're not
pretty
trying to
common.
live on their salaries, right? They're not out there trying to make their money so that they can live their life. A lot of them are earning some extra money, maybe to pay for college or help pay for college and some of their expenses. But like if you're talking about high school kids, they're just earning money just to have some spending money for the fucking weekend.
Yeah, and that's pretty common here as well.
Right.
Yeah,
And
minimum wage jobs being done by
high school kids and college kids. Yeah. And it was funny because when this really started blowing up, it was always people that worked at fast food restaurants.
Yeah.
McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, all this kind of stuff. It was always those people. And so, that it always kind of sticks in my mind that that's who, is pushing this and, whatever. And then I've had my examples. My brother's had his examples. You go to a fast food restaurant and then they promptly fuck up your order. Like, not just like, put ketchup on your sandwich when you ask for no ketchup, but just like completely fuck it all up. And it's just like, and you guys want to get paid $15 an hour? Are you kidding me? Like, you can't even get a fucking order right. Like, it's not rocket science. You punch in exactly what they want, and then, somebody makes it, and then you give it to them. It's really fucking simple, and it's like,
there's been like times when people have ordered a burger and there's not actually been a burger in there.
Yeah. They'll say something like, ketchup only, and that's all they get is 2 slices of, bread from the, the bun, and I'll have ketchup on it, and then that's all you get. And you're like, well, that wasn't really what I meant. And pretty much everybody on the planet knows that if I order a cheeseburger, ketchup only, I get the fucking burger, I get the cheese, and then I get ketchup with 2 slices of bread, and then you hand it to me. That's how the sandwich comes.
Yeah,
that's no mustard, no pickles, no lettuce, none of the other shit.
Yeah, I know that's some like really fucking deeply autistic level thinking, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Autists tend to be pretty fucking literal.
Right. And to know that some high school kid, because we, at our grocery stores, we have high school, majority of the people seems like that work there are high school kids. I go in there all the time, and it's always, you always see this 16, 17-year-old kid, that is working there, and they're the ones checking me out, or they're the ones stocking the shelves. And sure, there's adults running around as the team leads and the shift supervisors and whatever, and the managers are there and whatever. But the majority of the people that you interact with and that does the work that you see anyway are kids.
Yeah.
And that kid is now going to start earning $15 an hour. And so, let's say they come in, they work 4 hours a night, 4 or 5 hours a night. So they're going to come in, and every night they're going to be like pulling down $60, 60, $75 and then, you know, why does that kid need that much money? Like, and I proposed this in one of my college classes of changing it from like a minimum wage to be an age based living wage. So, like, if you were in high school, of high school age, until from 16 to 18 or whatever, you would get paid, let's say, $6 an hour, right?
Yeah.
Because you're earning a little bit extra money, and you're learning potentially some life skills, and the responsibilities of working and all that kind of stuff. When you go to college, let's say you get bumped up, you go to college, you're making $8 an hour. From the age of 19 to 22, you're going to make $8 an hour at a minimum wage type job. And then once you get outside of that age bracket, let's say you're 23 years old, then we'll bump you up to like $9.50 or $10 an hour. And I'm just throwing numbers out there, right? And so that way, the people that were adults would actually get paid
I'm back.
a decent wage. Welcome back.
Thank you.
They would actually get paid, something, akin to a decent wage, and it'd be a lot closer to, what you would like to see adults make. But it's more fair, one, for the companies. They're not taking this huge hit. Some people use the argument, well, then that would just encourage them to hire, nothing but a bunch of high school and college kids. So, they'd only have the handful of adults, as the managers, and that would be it. Okay, fine, whatever. We're not talking about heavily skilled labor here. Can they flip a fucking burger and pull the fries out of the oil when it's done?
Yeah, but not
fucking
only
hard
that.
is this?
Not only that, but once they've hired them, if they don't leave voluntarily, they would have to catch them on some sort of, fireable offense
Right.
to get rid of them.
Exactly.
So they do have that protection. One thing that I will bring up about your proposed plan is, what are the provisions for someone like me who left home at 16 and has to live, just about 17. So I'll say 17. That has to live on their own, provide their own food and their own electric and their own gas, and all the things that what you're saying would be an adult wage.
Right.
I had to I had to provide all that for myself. What
You'd
kind
have
of
to work
provisions?
jobs.
Yeah, and my thing, I made no provisions for anyone that fit that scenario, just because of, and it was something that I had actually considered, but like the steps that you'd have to go through, and then the additional bureaucracy that you'd have to add to say, okay, well, now you need this 17-year-old to show a renter's agreement and to potentially get a letter from their parent saying that they're no longer living under their house, which I guess would help, because then the parent can't claim them on their taxes. The child is the only one claiming their taxes, but then you'd have to, the amount of additional stuff that you'd have to go through to do that, obviously it's not fair to that 17-year-old that said, fuck it, I'm leaving this house because my life would absolutely suck living there. But I made no provisions for it. That doesn't mean somebody couldn't figure something out, but
But
there is a need for it. But
counter to your idea, Have you thought about doing it as a hourly? Sorry, no, as a yearly thing. If somebody's been there for 3 years, they get X amount of money raised because they've been there for 3 years, and then go on like that. So it doesn't take into account their age; it takes into account what they've done for the company, basically.
Well, and generally speaking, a lot of places will give raises, um, you know, by time anyway. They don't give a lot. You're gonna get hired on at minimum wage, and maybe after 6 months, you're gonna get like a nickel or a dime pay increase. It's not going to be very much. So a lot, that happens a lot anyway,
Yeah,
where you
that
do get those raises.
my sort of thing is like actually making that more of a substantial thing.
Right.
So basically take your idea, but rather than it being, oh, well, 16, 17-year-olds get X amount of money, and then going on, you go, right, well, you've been here, you signed on at, minimum wage as a 16-year-old, you've been working here for 3 years. Now you get a raise of, you go from $6 to $8.
Well,
That kind of thing.
And well, with my proposal, that would happen anyway because you'd hit the 19
Yeah, but
year
I'm
old
I'm
age
talking about
rate.
across the board. Not taking into account their age, but taking into account how long they've been working there.
Oh, just
No, you
anybody?
can't. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. And the reason being is that just because you've been someplace for a long time does not necessarily warrant a raise. So
Yeah,
the
it's like
premise is you're getting paid. Well, now, wait a second. Wait a second. The premise is that you're getting paid to do a job. Okay. Now, we're going to assume it for a moment. Everything else stays static, uh, which we know doesn't. But my point is that if you get hired, and I don't care if it's to flip hamburgers or to sweep floors, that's the price you agreed to when you took the job. So unless you do something other than show up every day like you're supposed to get paid, what have you contributed to the company? Most companies do um, once a year or once every 2 years a cost of living adjustment, and that's controlled by the in the states here by the federal government. There's a cost of living adjustment, and most companies, not all companies, but most companies give a cost of living adjustment either on that year or 2 years usually, depending on what the economy is doing. Okay, and there's some federal guidelines, and it has to do with the number of employees and blah 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 blah. One of the things that's not taken into consideration here is, and this is unfortunate because companies now, years ago, companies, if you were with a company for 90 days, you usually got some kind of, you get a small raise after 90 days, which is your probationary period.
Yeah.
But you also got benefits. You got health insurance, or you got something, okay, some kind of benefit. Now companies, they don't want to give you that raise at 90 days, and you get no benefits. And they say, well, no, now you have to be employed for a year before they'll give you a raise.
Yeah, they increased the probationary period.
Yeah. Well, even if they don't, they just say no. You get paid. You get paid to do a job. Here's your job. You're going to be flipping burgers. It doesn't matter if now if they have a training period. This is where the probationary thing comes in, because they're hiring you out of the box at minimum wage. Well, kids who work part time don't even make minimum wage. Minimum wage is based on full time employment, so you don't necessarily. And there are exclusions in the law here in the States. For instance, like waitresses, and there's certain job descriptions that preclude you from getting minimum wage.
Well, you get a minimum wage. It's just at a much lower rate. I don't know what the rate is, but
only if you're full time. Part time work.
well,
Boy,
that may be at the state level because in the state of Iowa, I think that whether you're part-time or full-time, you still get whatever the minimum wage is.
Well, it was supposed to go up to like 825 or something at the first of the year, I think. But if you're that's and here's the thing, and I haven't read all of it because they did some goofy stuff here in Arizona. And I'd actually have to go look up the federal guidelines now, but it has to do with the size of the company, if you're full time, and if you're over 18. If you're under 18, as a matter of fact, if you're under 16, you can't work more than so many hours a week,
Yep.
and they're not required to even pay you minimum wage. So it's really strange how it works here in the States. There's a lot of different layers or tiers, and company size has a lot to do with it. So, but nobody pays benefits anymore after 90 days that I'm aware of. I mean, there might be some company out there that does, but benefits have gone out the freaking window.
Well, and it does depend on the company. Like, I know our company, if you get hired on full time, you get benefits like right out the gate.
Yeah, but they're not hiring minimum wage.
No,
entry-level.
but yeah, if you're talking about people at minimum wage, nobody. I highly doubt that anybody working minimum wage is going to get benefits.
Right.
Yeah, you see, it's actually a rare company in England that gives you benefits, and you know most of the time you have to be in the union to qualify for any of them.
Right. Well, same here. If you're in the union here, once you become a card-carrying member, you get benefits.
Right.
And that's, I mean, everybody thinks that's like a great deal, and they don't understand. Well, you're paying for this through union dues. I mean, it's
Well,
it's a scam any which way you turn.
And it depends on where you go. Like the state of Iowa,
Yeah.
by law, you get the same benefits as anyone that's in the union, even if you don't join the union.
Mm-hmm.
It's a right to work state. So
yeah, so it's Arizona.
Yeah, so you don't have to be in the union to get the benefits, which is nice. Because personally, I find that the time and need for unions are past.
Well, I actually think they're coming back.
Yeah,
The need for unions? You think they're coming back?
Yeah, I really do, because the way the laws have been manipulated in this country to actually force the labor unions out in most cases, like in Chicago, some of the labor unions are pretty damn strong. But and they're getting bigger, because what's happening, and this is especially in the housekeeping industry, which handles all the motels, hotels, convention halls, all of that stuff. It's getting to be big business, and and the thing is, they say, well, they're entry level jobs. Okay, so they're entry level jobs, but they, at a drop of a hat, they just fire your sorry ass. Well, now with the unions, and this is the problem. I'll give you an example. I work for Home Depot. All right, they waited to 89 days and 4.5 hours before they fired me, because at 90 days, I would have got benefits, an increase in my pay, and they couldn't fire me without just cause. So, and I would have a recourse at 90 days. So at 89 days and 4 hours, they fired me. So, and I was making $10 an hour. So, which was, like, that's almost $2.50 more than minimum wage.
Right.
So, and they wanted, they're not going to, we had high school kids there, and they made minimum wage, and almost everybody there, and this is what cracked me up, because I talked to several other people that work there. They've been making $10 an hour for like 5 or 6 years. And I talked to one gal had been there 9 years, and she was making $11 an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm going like, and there's no, other than the insurance that they gave you, there was no benefit of being there. But the insurance was, especially if you had a family, was pretty freaking good. So, but for me, you know, and I hadn't planned to stay there long. It was just I just needed some work, and so I took and I didn't get the job that I actually asked for, even though there was an opening in that department because they found out I used to because I like an idiot. I used to be a commercial painter, so we'll put you in the paint department. I don't want to be in the paint department. Well, you're in the paint department. Ah, fuck. I used to be a card carrying forklift driver. They didn't give me that job either. Put me in the freaking paint department. So
Right.
yeah, but anyway, the point that I was trying to make is that the whole thing about minimum wage in the states is really uh, a crock because even though they're going to get it up to in Arizona here, they passed it to go to $15 in 5 years. And all that's going to do is, and Gary, you touched on it, I believe, was that people are going to be put out of work.
Yeah, they will just fire people like McDonald's, Wendy's, and I don't know. I haven't seen Burger King yet, but both of those guys and probably other companies, they're going to kiosks for
Yeah. Well,
for
McDonald's
the
already said that. They already said it.
right. Yeah, they've
you know,
even got some that's already running. So basically they're gonna have people doing cooking the food, but you're not going to talk to anybody now when you order. It's just going to be a
right.
kiosk, and
So yeah,
shit. For all I know, they'll put in one of those, and I've seen the places like that where they'll have this like tray, and then they'll just call out, put your number on a bag, and they slide your bag down and a certain tray or whatever, and like take out your own food. Like they didn't have to really have anybody there to hand it to you either. They just
right.
you just punch in your order, slide in your debit card or whatever, and go over and grab your food when it's done.
Yeah, it's basically going to become a cafeteria.
Right. Yeah. They're. I mean,
So,
they'll eliminate quite a few jobs that way to save some money.
Where there was
They'll raise their prices again.
there was like I think it was McDonald's.
yeah, so the employees still won't be able to afford to eat there.
Well,
Right.
they were talking about doing like a fully robotic, even right down to the cooking and stuff like that.
I couldn't believe that.
So they're testing it in Japan, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact.
And it's just like, wow, guys. What a way to make fucking people completely redundant. They just hand it off to robots.
There's
Why? Because it's cheaper.
Yep. There's 2 McDonald's, or this was at let's see, October of last year. There was 2 McDonald's in Tokyo that were fully automated. Okay, there was 2 people in each one of these McDonald's. That's it.
You know what that tells me?
What?
If that ever happens, I mean, I don't mind McDonald's. I really like their fries.
Well, they do have good fries.
McDonald's has good fries.
But I don't like anything. I don't like them enough to want to go eat there if my food all of a sudden decides to become completely mass produced. I mean, I already know that it's mass produced. I understand the concept. I understand all the stuff that goes into it. I'm not going to try to say it's not. But at least somebody's there making sure that that hamburger is cooked, to within the guidelines. And yeah, sure, robots can probably do it as well or better. I understand. But still, that level of, are you fucking kidding me? I don't need, if I want to get my burger from a factory, I'll just go to the grocery store and get one of those ones that they prepackage and freeze.
Yep,
I mean,
there you
fuck, might as well. I can take it home and heat the bastard up. If I want to get something built in a fucking factory from, start to finish, then I'll just do that. Fuck that.
Food paste. Soylent Green. There you go.
We need some of that pink food paste from the.
You got it. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So.
Let's not be eating Soylent Green.
Right. But you know,
The day's coming.
I fucking hope.
I used to make jokes in high school that I wanted to get into robotics and computers because at some point that's who was going to be doing all the work anyway. So you might as well be somebody that's either building them or repairing them. And it was. I mean, it was fucking 25 years ago, and
And now
it's
it's
starting to
happening.
come true. That,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
fucking scary, especially when I was just being a smartass about it.
Well, look at the way they produce cars nowadays. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
the
That's
and this is one of the things that uh, there's not a lot of manual jobs left for people.
right,
Okay, so where dumb as a stump it comes to mind, and you're working like in a coal mine or a steel mill, and you do it for 30 years, and if you assuming you survive, you retire with a watch and some benefits.
right.
Those jobs are gone. They don't exist anymore.
Oh yeah,
And the whole and one of the things that I remember, because I'm old enough, is the flight of from Michigan, from Detroit and Flint and whatnot, the car manufacturers. And when we had the big recession back in the late 70s, I think it was, the car
yeah,
manufacturers they closed doors,
yeah,
and Michigan got nailed. I mean, they just got crucified. And Ford Motor in Chicago, there's a Ford Motor plant. It was one of the only ones that stayed open. And the reason being is that when it was built, it had been built with robots. So it has it for per square foot, it has less employees than any other at the time, any other manufacturing plant. And GM wasn't smart enough to retool. Well, Ford did.
right,
So Ford was still producing vehicles during this basically nationwide crisis that almost every auto manufacturer shut down plants, and Ford, this one in Chicago, was still cranking out. I think it was the Blazer at the time, and it's fully automated. I mean, the parts come in at one end, and the freaking vehicle rolls out at the other.
right.
And that was back in either late 70s or early 80s. I want to say early 80s, maybe. No, let me think. Let me think. Nope, it was in the 70s. It was late 70s. Because that's how I wound up going to DeVry, because I became one of the mass unemployed.
Yeah,
And I just kind of fell into a deal to go to school for free, basically. So I said, well, it sure beats starving.
yeah,
So I got a little per diem per month, and I went to this school, and I had to drive 170 miles a day round trip. But I went,
yeah.
and got my engineering degree, and it cracked me up. I came out, and some of the jobs that were offered me were less than what I made before I went to college. And I was 30, I'm serious, I was 33 years old. I had managerial experience. I've been a supervisor. And Motorola was the culprit. And I can remember years ago, I applied to Motorola, and they wouldn't hire me because I didn't have the education. They said, even though I passed all their tests and actually found the flaw in one of their tests, they wouldn't hire me. So anyway, just to lark, I went back to Motorola, and this is not a joke. They were only offering, I'd been gone for basically almost 4 years. They were paying about $120 more a year than they were when last time I applied for a job there. They were still paying just barely above minimum wage, and they wanted guys who could run this equipment. And all these guys, none of them could figure out how to run this stuff, and I knew exactly what all the equipment was. And I just laughed at the guy at Motorola, and I said, you can't find anybody who's going to do this job for that kind of money. And I was right, because they wound up closing down that part of the plant. So they just shipped it overseas. They just took the shit and over it went.
Yeah.
So, yep.
That's because
And
they'll
they were
work
making,
for $1 a day over there.
yep, exactly. So Motorola didn't care that they laid off, like 9,000 people. They didn't give a shit. So
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, you adjust the minimum wage, and companies still got to make their profit. They have to maintain that same profit margin, whatever that profit margin is, whether it's 20% profit margin or whatever. They have to maintain it
yes, but
because
the problem
otherwise
that
they're
they
going to lose
need,
stockholders.
yeah, but the problem that they did in this country is that they removed a clause in the law that allowed, and I don't know which president did it, that allowed companies to basically pack up their bags and move with no penalty.
Right.
So, and literally, we had a mass exodus of companies leaving the country to go anywhere besides doing business here in the States. What does that tell you about the way our government is handling things?
Yeah.
And this happened years ago. I mean, this is not like it happened last week. This is back in the 70s and 80s. This happened with shit like NAFTA that just crushed our
Oh yeah. When
oh my god.
Clinton when Clinton signed NAFTA, it was just like, are you kidding me? Oh, this is going to be the greatest thing. I think it's been the biggest joke ever.
Oh my god, companies were losing, they were
Yeah,
hemorrhaging money.
the fucking NAFTA was just
I
seriously,
mean,
what the fuck, guys?
yeah, there's all kinds of fucking car manufacturers down in Mexico. I don't know why we have so many Mexicans coming across the border. I mean, they got more than enough jobs down there in Mexico. At least they
Yeah, but
did
they
at
don't
some
pay
point.
as much.
Oh
Oh,
no,
actually, if
You
you
get
work,
away.
no, you're wrong there. If you work in one of the car plants down there, you get really good money. The problem is that they there's not enough jobs for unskilled laborers, so that's why they come to the States because they have no skills. The only thing they can do is be landscapers or pick crops or
right?
that kind of man can do concrete work, and which amazes. And here's the thing. Concrete workers here in Arizona make a freaking fortune. Okay, because it's hot, miserable freaking work, and
Right.
at the peak of the season, the concrete cures in about 40 minutes. So
Hmm.
you got to really be moving your ass. And now, grant you, they start at like 4 in the morning and only work until 2.
Right.
But these guys make a boatload of freaking money, and I'm not kidding you. If you're a concrete worker, you come to Arizona, you can get a job in like 30 seconds. It's that easy. I mean, there are
Right.
certain jobs out here that they're always looking for people. Um,
It's because you only
roofers,
work it for a couple years. And you're like, fuck that. I'm not gonna live very long if I continue working that job.
yeah. Well, that's true to a point, but the thing is that it pays really well. And you're right, though. They guys, and I don't know if it was you, Gary, or maybe it was Mark, said, all these guys do is they make this money and then they send it back to Mexico,
Oh yeah.
and which is true, they do. But a lot of these guys they're coming up here with the hopes of getting permanent visas. So they want to stay here. They don't want to go back to Mexico. Because you're right, because they don't have this kind of work volume down there. They
No.
just don't have it. So
Yeah, I mean, but that's a sign of Mexican economy being pure crap.
Yeah.
If their economy was better, they would have those types of jobs down there.
well, yes and no. The problem is that they have an incredibly corrupt government, and the U.S. has done very little to help him in that regard.
I
So
Their people can help themselves. They can kiss my ass. I don't need to help them.
well, they are our neighbors, and the thing is that their economy,
It will affect the US
it does affect
economy.
us
Oh,
significantly.
it does affect us, but that you know that doesn't mean that it's our responsibility.
I never said it was our responsibility. There's an opportunity, and Bush fucked it up. Um to work out a deal with Mexico to help boost their economy Okay, and this was part of the NAFTA deal, by the way, that we never did. Okay, and what happened, and this is what pissed me off about the whole NAFTA deal. There was a wholesale sellout of corporations in America to Mexico, because basically what Mexico said is that if you move your company to here, not only will we provide you with free labor, but because of NAFTA, we won't even charge you taxes.
Yep.
And companies literally, I mean, they packed up their trucks the next day and poof, they were gone.
Right.
You know, and to this day, these companies that moved out never got penalized because of the NAFTA deal.
Yep.
And so they moved out. Now they've stopped it. They have put a stopgap law, and I don't know when it expires, but they have a, there's certain, and it's really stupid how it works, because the company I used to work for, we had a lot of business in Mexico, but because we're a U.S. company, we can't go to Mexico. We have to hire a Mexican company to come to Texas and get our stuff and take it to Mexico. And then we fly a guy to Mexico, but he can't install it. He can supervise the installation, but he can't install it. We have to hire Mexican laborers that have no concept of what we're doing.
Right.
You know, so every year, I mean, I worked for the company for 7 years, and every year, at least one or two companies, they'd send up, you know, like a half a dozen techs to get trained on our stuff. And I'm going like, this is insane. And, you know, I mean, why is it this way? Well, NAFTA, you know. So, yeah, I mean, it's just, it's a mind boggler how not only did NAFTA screw us up big time, the whole, the fact that we can't seem to get out from under it is what pisses me off.
Right.
And I'm really hoping, I really do hope that Trump will figure out how to put his finger in the dike and stop the bleeding of our companies. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But we can't have. And he made a very good point in a speech that never got on TV. I wound up having to watch it on YouTube because it never hit the news.
Well, of
Go
course
figure.
not. If he says anything that's like something that the general populace will say is a good thing, then they have to fucking staunch it on the news, because
Oh yeah, you know.
trying
So
to fucking paint him out to be the worst kind of worst.
well, one of the things that he does, he wants to get rid of. He's trying to get out from under NAFTA, but the way that it was written, we actually have to cancel the entire NAFTA, and the NAFTA deal was to create a bridge between Mexico and Canada. So if we kill NAFTA, we're going to screw up Canada. Our
I
partners
think
to the north.
Trudeau's got that well and truly under control. He's screwing up Canada, as you know.
Oh yeah,
All
without a
right.
doubt, without a doubt. You know, all I know is that the Canadians come down here, you know, to get away from the winter, and they really don't want to go back. They really don't want to go back. You know? And I just can't wait to get them to go. I mean, I'll help you pack. You know, get the fuck out of here. You know? Oh God, I can't stand the Canadians. You know.
When I talk about Mexico can take care of their own, what I'm talking about is the corruption, right? Because you're not going to fix any of the problems until they get rid of their corruption. It's not our job to fix their corruption, because the only way to do that is to go in there and wipe out their fucking government and reestablish it.
No, it's
They need to have their own kind of citizen
drug cartels
kind of
down there.
revolution type thing.
Revolutions, you know, I know what you're saying, Gary, but that's the problem. Revolutions only make some other country rich. It's not gonna. And the problem is with the revolutions is that the poor saps that are gonna foot the bill for it, which are the working class people, the common folk. And it's the same that's going to happen in this country. We're going to have a revolution again in this country, and the people that are going to suffer, you know, are the commoners. I mean, you know, the people with the money that are pulling everybody else's, literally not pulling hell, they're yanking everybody else's chains. You know, they're going to be sitting fat and happy in Jamaica or something while this shit goes down. It's not going to, and they'll still turn a buck.
Right.
So,
I mean, we can't do it for them. It has to be them. We can help them try to help get the cartel under control and stuff like that, but the corruption in their government goes far beyond the cartel.
well, that's true. But I think the
You
easiest
know,
solution, the easiest way, and they're never going to do it because too many people would lose their job, is to legalize all drugs. And you simply go to your doctor, you get a prescription, poof, hey, you want to use heroin, fine, but you're not going to get a driver's license.
right.
That
See, I don't necessarily agree that drugs should be banned. If you legalize the drugs and actually make them, prescription stuff like that, then you're not going to get rid of it, obviously, but you're going to cut down on things like the black market for drugs and stuff like that. Because people are going to, instead of turning to their local dealer who they don't know what they're cutting their drugs with and, what they're putting in it and stuff like that, they're going to go to their doctors a lot more than they're going to go to the guy on the street.
Yeah.
And it will also cut down on,
point.
it will also cut down on the numbers of people in prisons and stuff like that for being incarcerated for drug possession and stuff like that. It'll cut down on that as well.
Well, they don't, and actually in this country they don't really do much busting of people for possession anymore. Personal possession. The problem is that there's RP, and this is one of the things that really needs to be looked at. 20 years ago, yeah, they were busting everybody left and right. And there's people in there who are serving life sentences for what now we consider personal possession. Those people need to be let loose. And but and here's the thing is that since so long as drugs remained profitable, okay, the fast money people, okay, and I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it. Whether they're Hispanics or blacks or Cubans or whatever, there's whites involved. There's a certain group of individuals that want the fast buck. Okay.
Usually they're from very poor backgrounds.
No, not always. Not always.
No, I never said always. I said usually.
I wouldn't even say usually. It's a crime of opportunity, and if you don't think you're going to get caught, okay, you're going to. Certain people have a predilection to go that way because it's the easy path. It's simpler. It's like selling.
But that's why people from poor backgrounds take it, because they want the simple way to get out of not being poor anymore.
I understand that. Okay, and poor is relative. Okay, I mean, how poor do you have to be? These guys all have cell phones. They're all wearing $100 pairs of sneakers. Yeah, I mean,
they're not poor now, but they were poor. That's why they got into it. Is what I think Kat's trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Let's just say you're absolutely correct. I don't happen to agree with your assessment. I believe it is a contributing factor, but I worked on the south side of Chicago for quite a while, and I met a lot of these people, and I've been shot at, and I've been jumped, and you name it. And the basic premise was, it's easy money. All right. In other words, if they could work for 1 hour a day and make enough money to live the rest of the day, which is sitting in a bar, getting drunk, or doing drugs, and not having to deal with life. So they would go out. It's the same reason why people panhandle. People panhandle because it's easy money. You just stick your hand out and go, gimme. All right. Now, I'm not going to go into the psychological conundrum that these people face, but the fact of the matter is that people like Gary and myself and you, Kat, we were raised with the premise is if you work,
You work,
you'll
you
be
get
able to
paid.
take care of yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
These
Yeah, you
people
work, you get paid.
these people don't want to work. These people don't. I mean, they don't understand that they are working. Okay, but for some reason, this is all they can seem to be able to do. Okay, the point I was trying to make earlier about the legalization of drugs is these people are still going to deal drugs. Well, yes and no. Since drugs get legalized, here's the problem that we're going to have, and this is why it won't happen. Anti-drug crime fighting is a multi-trillion dollar industry in this country alone, in my country. So if we have tens of thousands of people who make their living fighting those guys trying to sell the illegal drugs on the corner. Okay. We have entire cottage industries based on this freaking phenomena. Okay. If we take away that, how many people, and this is what blows my mind, they say, well, these are legitimate jobs. And I said the only reason why they're legitimate is because we made that illegitimate. I mean, when you think about it under those circumstances, so if we legalize the drugs, we're going to put, let's say, 100,000 people out of work. By the same token, we're going to probably put more than that to work processing the drugs and processing the people so they can get their drugs. We're going to need new medical facilities to house these people. So we have a whole new cottage industry. But the one common denominator, and Kat, you and both of you hit on it, is the poverty aspect of it. That is not going to go away. And it doesn't matter what we do, that is not going to go away. So by making the drugs illegal, we give those people an easy out to stay poor. So if we legalize it, those people will no longer have that um, uh, venue to make money. So what will they do next? What would they turn to? Would they actually try to go out and get a legitimate job at McDonald's?
Probably not.
Okay, so this is one of the conundrums about the drug problem, and this is not just here in the States. This is worldwide. Because you're not going to stop people from doing drugs, just like you're not going to stop them from smoking or drinking alcohol or whatever. None of it, which is good for you. But society has said, well, alcohol and cigarettes, even though they both will kill you, aren't as bad as smoking pot and doing heroin.
Yeah. It's like, well, alcohol and smoking and that has been so, particularly alcohol, has been so ingrained in our culture that, banning it is just, it didn't work.
Yes, that's true. But if you go to the Middle East and Asia and so forth, doing opium is as common, and smoking hashish is as common as us drinking coffee.
But that's a cultural thing too. They also don't really drink that much alcohol over there either.
Right,
Yeah.
because why would you if you can get pot and opium for basically free?
Yeah. Well, guys,
Yes.
it's 7:30 in the morning, and I'm starting to feel pretty tired. So,
I believe you.
Anybody fancy doing a final thought for the stream?
Yeah, sure. So, my final thoughts are that when people start forcing messages on other people that are that have no purpose for that person. In the that person is not really the audience, but we're going to give that message to everybody. You really need to worry about what consequences are going to come from that. Um, Specifically talking about um, the transgender schools and or not the transgender schools, sorry, the safe space schools and those things where they start they're starting down a slippery slope talking about educating everybody in all aspects of transgenders and stuff like that, not just to try to get acceptance for them, but to teach them the lifestyle and those things. When you do that, there is going to be unintended consequences. And before society starts doing these things, they need to consider the consequences in both directions and come up with a much better plan to get the kind of education out there that they're looking for. Um, and anyone that's listening to um, this rant that we've had tonight, make sure that you keep that in consideration when you see some of these things coming up and you question the purpose and the validity and the need for it, and voice your opinion to those that help make those decisions to institute those types of things, because they need to understand that those things aren't really acceptable and that there's got to be a better alternative out there than what they're planning. So I think that's always important. Stay active in your communities. And
Well said.
that's all I have to say.
Yeah, fair enough. Di, you have anything as a final thought?
Yes, I do. Um, Stay clear of the extremists, left or right. It's irrelevant. Stay the course and stay in the middle, and keep your feet out of the gutter, because you're going to have a lot of company otherwise. So, what does that all mean? I have no freaking clue, other than, you know, we're all extremists in one form or another. But try to keep it all in between the lines, I believe is the saying. So that's it. Just after today's conversation, it just seems like that's what we were talking about: extremes on either side.
Yeah.
Doesn't fly.
Completely
So
agree.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well said.
Thank you.
So, yeah, my final thought is we have due process for a reason. Let due process do its job. Don't go out and be a vigilante, even if you cannot stand, the person or the thing that you're talking about. Then, yeah, by all means, be a voice, but don't be a vigilante. Yeah, that's my final thought.
Okay, works for me. I agree. I like it.
Excellent.
All right, guys,
Well, thank you,
girls.
Kat, for having us. I always appreciate it.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed myself.
yeah, it's
Plus,
been
I'm
fun
half
talking
in
to
the
you guys.
bag.
Yeah, it's been fun talking to you guys for the past like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely.
All right.
Really
Y'all
need
have
to
a good night.
add a little structure to this so it doesn't last 6 hours. Holy crap.
It's kind of
Yeah,
amazing, isn't it? But yeah. So anyway, you guys all have a good night, and uh, be safe.
You too.
See y'all later. Bye
you
bye.
too, hon. So I
Bye.
have been Sushikat, and I hope you've all had a fantastic day or night.
And I have been Sergeant Rock, and I agree with everything Sushi Cat just said.
And I am on a whim, and hope to all see you again. Bye.
Bye.